Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Toronto Town Council meeting to order tonight. May we have, let me run that by again for recording. I'm calling to order the Toronto Council meeting today at 6:30 p.m. May we have a roll call, please?
One moment, Madam Mayor, we got a technical.
I'd be happy to call it to order again.
Thank you. Ready?
Roll call.
Councilmember Nick Farr,
Here.
Councilmember Ryan,
Here.
Councilmember Wellner,
Here.
Vice Mayor Thier,
Here.
and Mayor Fredericks.
Here. Let's move now into interviews for the town boards and commissions. Our first interviewee is Mike Shepard. I'd like to invite him if he's here.
Mr. Shepherd
Come
is,
and grab the mic.
he is online, so he'll be appearing on the TV momentarily.
Thank you. Is he visually online or just?
Hi.
There we go. Good
There we
evening.
go. Good evening.
Thank you
Yes.
for applying. Why don't you give us a little information about your interest and your background?
Sure. I would start by saying I put my name in before I learned the incumbents wanted to remain. I don't have a great interest in taking the place of somebody who's doing a good job, which I sort of expect is the case. But at any time the council thinks is appropriate, I'd be interested in serving. My background is I'm a lawyer, most in my career mostly driven by the time I spent as a federal prosecutor doing a lot of fun corruption cases and things like that. Although my children would tell you that I have no skills, I like to think my highest and best use is trying cases, but my clients don't actually see it that way. They want me to talk prosecutors and regulators out of cases, which means that mostly what I'm doing is gathering data and facts, listening and respecting the opinions of the people I'm dealing with, putting myself in their shoes, validating what they want, and trying to get to a solution that works for everybody. And hopefully those are things that would serve the town well as hopefully I serve my clients. My interests are, as somebody who's in the Richardson Bay Lineal Park, I guess is the right name for it, at least once every day. I'm very interested in what happens to the parks. Had I been better at math, I might have become an architect. So I'm very interested in design, and we did an extensive renovation of our house before we moved in. Thanks to our architect and former colleague of yours, Miles Berger, we didn't have to go through design review because we compromised on a few things. So I have that experience, and I think really the only other thing I would say, happy to answer any questions, is I think with the parks, the town has a really great opportunity and a really great challenge all rolled into one. Because there certainly is more the town can and should do with the Richardson Bay Lineal Park space. And yet at the same time, as I read the ARC, there may be some sense that the plans, which as they should are, trying to work in a lot of things, may be missing a little balance, to overstate it. It's like you look at some of those plans and it's going to pave paradise and put up a parking lot. The survey didn't really ask who likes the parks as they are. And so I think the real challenge is for the town to find appropriate space for new uses that would be really great for people to enjoy. While at the same time preserving the beautiful, unique beauty of what we have. And, not disturbing neighbors and figuring out how to control noise, which probably means concentrating a lot of things at the sanitary district ponds. But those are the kinds of things that, you just have to roll up your sleeves and get into and listen to people and sort it out and try to balance things. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Happy to answer any questions or get directed to other subjects.
Are there any questions from council members?
I had a question. Mr. Shepherd, I wanted to ask you, you have applied for a specific commission. I was wondering, the post commission, we do have openings on other commissions all the time. I wanted to get an idea of if you had an interest in any other commission. I noticed you also put design review board as a second choice. I just wanted to see if there were others that you might be interested in also in the future.
Those were the two that leapt out at me, because those are the two that I have interests in, but the others, I just don't know that much about them and what they do and how they might mesh with things I'm interested in. So I'd be happy to take a deeper look at them if the opportunity was there.
Okay. Thank you.
I know, I think the vice mayor is addressing our problem that everyone wishes they have, which is we have so many applicants with such talent and not enough commissions. Any other questions?
Yeah, just one quick one. Welcome back, Mr. Shepherd. I was just curious, you've been pretty involved in the park master plan process, and I was just wondering, between the last time when you came and now, has there been anything in that process that specifically sort of stood out to you that you'd like to focus on? I know you kind of alluded to that with the Richardson Biennial Park, but anything else?
Yeah, nothing other than what I already managed to slip in there.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is that it? Thank you very much. Thank you for your application and your interest, and whatever happens in the end, I am sure at some time we will manage to involve everyone.
Well, thanks for having me and accommodating my schedule this evening, and thank you all for your service.
All right, we'll move now to the next applicant. It's Teresa Coleman, and she has indicated her interest in heritage and arts. We're not appointing today, but we will entertain
Sit here.
your interview. Yes, please. So why don't we start with the usual? Tell us about yourself and your interest.
Alrighty, I am a filmmaker and mostly documentary films. My husband was a ceramist for 15 years, turned psychologist. So the arts are a big part of our lives. And I am very interested in seeing how I might be able to support the creation of various community events in Tiburon, art events, music events. And so my focus is the Heritage and Arts Commission. You mentioned that there aren't enough commissions. If you wanted to create just an events commission, I'd be happy to head that. Yeah, so that's sort of my interest.
Thank you
And
very
I've also started and have run a 501c3 nonprofit for many, many years and have experience raising funds.
Now, I think that you mentioned previously that you have actually been to some meetings and followed. Why don't you tell us a little about that?
Well, in my search, you know, I was trying to educate myself as to what the different commissions do. And so I went to, a board meeting at the ranch, and I really think they're fantastic, and what they do is so important. And I've talked with Patty at Landmarks and Dave Gotts who does all the St. Hilary music events. And then with Post, I've been on several of the Zooms and then have come to this room when they've had, public meetings to show the results of the survey. And so just in looking at all that, and then also Heritage and Arts, I talked to a few people about that. And in looking at all of it, I just kept trying to find, okay, what's the best place for my skills and my interests? Where do I plug in? And where is the need? So after many, many weeks of trying to figure it all out, the Heritage and Arts just seemed like the right spot.
Are there any other questions from the council? Holly?
Yes, could you talk a little bit more about some of the events you might want to have, some ideas you might have, and also it was very interesting, your background in a documentary.
Yeah,
Films.
thank you.
What kind of films did you produce?
My films are, well, they're mostly social issue documentary and around women's and children's issues. They've played at the Mill Valley Film Festival in San Francisco and Sundance and around the country and internationally. And then I made a film, if anyone knows the Camino in Spain, the Camino de Santiago. I made a film with a friend, a feature length that showed in theaters all over the place. And it's a really beautiful film. And it's a really good question about which events. I mean, I've been going to Sausalito and Mill Valley for a lot of their fun events and seeing how that has brought community together. And, there's all kinds of things, like, and things that I think maybe even the chamber might be interested in, like the Super Bowl where you sell tickets in the restaurants. You go from restaurant to restaurant and try their soup. And that raises money and brings people in. There's also music festivals, which is a bigger deal. I know Sausalito does Jazz by the Bay. I had a chance to talk to one of the women at the rec department in Sausalito to ask them how they do that. How are they able to do, it's basically one event a month. And it's incredible, but they started 40 years ago. But she said she has a checklist for each event. So should we want to duplicate anything, she's happy to give us her checklist. And certainly in arts, I know at one time on Arc Row, I think there was an art, right? There was artists that were invited and there were kiosks of different artists, and it was lovely. It was really nice. I miss the parades. We used to have parades. I've been here 24 years. And I think prior to COVID, even maybe before COVID, we used to have parades, and we haven't had those in a long time. So there's just a number of things. And of course, more art exhibits, more public art would be beautiful. And I noticed on the Heritage and Arts website that there are 4 artists that have proposals to place their art. And I'm not sure what the process of that is, but it's a wonderful, Tiburon lends itself to art. So, yeah.
So I do have one more crucial question, which may seem tangential, but how good are you at recruiting volunteers?
Oh, I think pretty good.
Okay.
I was on the Reedlands Property Owners Association for years. I was on the board there and chair of there's many chairs for the different streets. And I know, I've been in one place for 24 years, so I know a lot of people. I think I'd be pretty good at that. Yeah.
Good. Any other questions from
Yeah.
the council? Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Thank
You know, we're
you.
not appointed
Yeah.
tonight, but
Yeah.
appreciate your application, and certainly I hope no matter what happens, we get an opportunity to work together.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Yeah.
I'd love that. Thank you.
All right, our next applicant is Sharmeen Ahmed. So come tell us a little about yourself and your interest.
So, my name is Charmene. I moved to the Tiburon area in 2021, right before my first daughter was born. And living in San Francisco before then for over 10 years. A little bit about myself. My background is a legal background. I have advanced degrees in international law. And so that's my educational background. My community service background has been a lot of different places, international community as well as local community. But my passion for this area really stemmed from serving on the Del Mar board. And my husband was on the board prior to me, and I took over that role last fall. And so serving on that board and now being more active in the community as my daughter's grown, just really makes me want to be more involved. Seeing and understanding in the Del Mar neighborhood, for example, we have just a very particular neighborhood since we're really have that access point to the schools and to Blackie's pasture and everything. And so there's a lot going on there to manage related to traffic or parks developments. And so from understanding that dynamic, I just really wanted to do a lot more for the town and to serve the community and utilize my skills locally and give back a lot. I just really fell in love with this town. We lived in San Francisco for a while, and we actually saw the town on a boat tour and just fell in love with it. And was like, this is where I want to live. This is where I want to. Don't want to live anywhere else other than this town. And so that's just really where my passion stems from. For the areas of interest, I selected the library, parks, as well as the Planning Commission. Ideally, I'd really love to get involved with the Parks Committee, but I'm very open to where all of you feel is my skills would be best utilized. Whether it's among those 3 areas of interest, or if you feel like my skills could be utilized better in a different area, I'm very flexible and open to that as well.
So are there particular issues that you are very interested in addressing?
Well, with parks, what I came to understand and became more passionate about is the Parks Planning Commission. I started attending some of their meetings for the planning they're doing for the future. And so understanding that dynamic and all the different changes that want to be implemented. That's I wouldn't see that as like an area of concern or an issue, but more just wanting to be involved with that. Being a new member in a growing family in this community. What drew me to this area was really that peace, that peaceful feeling that you feel by the water and that access to the water. So when I understand the proposals from the different from the 3 different options for the planning for the parks plans. I really hope to, maintain the things that make this town so beautiful and so peaceful, and the things that draw people here to stay here forever. And so I want to definitely maintain that, but understand that the needs of communities change you know, definitely want to find that harmony between, you know, what the needs of the community are and as they grow and what they'll need, and also maintaining that piece with an ecosystem with the nature as well. I feel like the nature in Tiburon is a community member to itself. And so I just really love that and want to help in that area.
Any further discussion from the leaders?
I just wanted to say thank you for applying.
Thank you so much.
There are no further questions. Thank you. I'm really enthusiastic. All right, we move now to the next interviewee, which is Gotham Volta.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Please correct us on the page.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's right. Yes. How's everyone doing? Good seeing you guys again. Yeah, so I'm here today. I'm Gautam Malhotra. I moved here in 2021 January. I think I met a fair amount of you. I have two young kids. I have a 5-year-old daughter, Anaya, and a 2-year-old son, Krish. I was here last fall applying for post. You know, a very competitive race. I felt like I was competing for a very tough job interview. So the sadly it didn't work out. So I have kind of applied that just as kind of more just to kind of symbolism of basically that, hey, I want to kind of get involved. What I'm actually here today is to apply to the diversity task force. And I think, you know, why I'm actually interested in that, obviously I mentioned I have 2 young kids. I happen to be brown, if you noticed that. And you know, obviously I have a very kind of vested interest in making sure that my kids are growing up in a inclusive environment, etc. I think my value add really is I've grown up in 5 different countries: Oman, Dubai, Bahrain, India, and the US. Went to an international school with over 50 nationalities. So I think, you know, my exposure has been kind of in an environment where it was very inclusive from the part. And I think there are a lot of parallels between that experience and what we could potentially do here. In addition to that, obviously I've you know, been involved in a fair amount of NGO boards. So I've been involved in you know, key decision making, making sure we're taking input of the community, not tyranny of the majority, but making sure you're hearing all voices, and organizing events. When I think about the diversity task force, and I was able to listen to the last Zoom call where a lot of debate on, you know, should we, you know, how should the format actually exist? Should it involve kind of the town council, you know, or should it be separated? You know, I think I have a lot to learn, but when I think about the 3 issues, right? So I think one is, you know, you have bias-free kind of policing, you have diversity staffing, and you have kind of, you know, how do you kind of educate the community and have more events? You know, I think my perspective is, I think the bias-free policing and the diversity staffing are very important issues, and I think to me, I think you need to make sure that we have the right kind of metrics and objectives to kind of make sure we're doing that responsibly. So we want to keep making sure we're doing that, but and there's super high leverage, but there's so much we can do, right? There's only so many staff members we have, so you want to make sure that you have you're sourcing from the right pool of candidates. So we're continuing to pressure there, and you know, we're making the right investments. I know there was Zoom training, there was a debate on that. We did it. We are spending $50,000 on bias training. We're spending another $50,000 on diverse staffing. So I just want to make sure that we're doing this in a high ROI way and really making sure we have the right metrics and you know, we're being really cost effective on how we're doing it. So we keep wanting to do that. That's kind of fun, foundational and baseline. However, you know, my hypothesis is that this is a pretty inclusive community or a pretty welcoming community, I think. So I think the highest leverage is actually around that 3rd piece, which is like, you know, educating the community, making it more inclusive, and how can we shine there? And I think there's already amazing stuff. I mean, I saw the proposal for the Chinese, the Asian, so I think it was very comprehensive, you know, awesome seeing the Diwali stuff with four events planned, but you know, so I think for me, I'd like to maybe lean in more there, and that's maybe where I can add value. A few things that come to mind is, you know, I think, you know, are we underselling our community? Our community may actually be more diverse than we think, you know, maybe there's a certain number of minorities, but there may be a lot of nationalities here, maybe very international. You know, how are ways that when I think about myself as a minority, actually what I want in this community is I want to be able to quickly find who are the other South Asians and Indians here. We don't even have a directory to know who they are. I can contact them. That seems pretty practical and easy to solve. the next is, how do you create an environment? You have these four kind of cultural events important. I like it, Diwali, this, that, very good. But are there opportunities to actually make sure that all folks are getting more participating? And, what we had in the Middle East is you had internationally, where you could actually highlight French culture, German culture, Iranian culture. So are there ways that you could actually make this about multinationalism and internationalism? Things to consider, right? Because the reality is we are what we are in terms of the community, but how do you get people more involved? And then finally, how do you think about local businesses? God, I would kill for a shawarma place in Tehran. I think it's happening. But my point is, like, let's be thoughtful. Let's like acknowledge what positives we have in this community, and how do you kind of build from that in a constructive way? That's kind of my interest here. So, thank you.
Yeah, and there's an open location across the street from Woodlands. I think it'd be a great place for a shawarma. You should look into it.
Yeah. Cool.
They're
Yeah.
looking for tenants. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I noticed on your application, it says you're also interested in parks, open space and trails.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Yeah, I was. I do acknowledge that, most folks there, everyone there is kind of running for reappointment. So
Right.
I want to kind of give cadence to that. I think everyone there is great. I kind of know a few folks there, so I'm not interested in.
And then you had said that you would like to put a lot of emphasis on more the events and having communities get to know each other. Do you think that the bias-free policing and the money allocated for training, DEI training, do you think that that should still exist or not exist?
No, it should exist. I mean, I think that's like a baseline for any kind of county. I think I'm just saying that I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a responsible fashion versus ticking a box. So how do you make sure we're being results oriented? That's what I mean. I think it's super important. I know the history. I think it's foundational. We have to get it right. So I'm not trying to minimize it in any way or form. I'm just making sure I'm also like give credit where we are. Let's make sure that we're looking at the metrics, we're tracking it. So we're doing it in a way that's also economically responsible.
Okay, and then do you have ideas of how you would track it and metrics you would use?
Yeah, in terms of bias training or
In terms of bias training, in terms of DEI training first, and then also the bias-free policing.
yeah. Yeah. To be honest, I'd want to be really thorough here. I think at the top of my mind, right? What are some leading indicators that are universally used to make sure that you have kind of bias training? So have we done what's needed to have a pretty diverse police force? It probably stems with that. Do we have 100% participation of, what's deemed as pretty appropriate level of training for all folks here? And then 3, outcome metrics, output metric is that based on your denominator being traffic stops or whatever it may be, over time, are you seeing that number in terms of percentage of incorrect or biased stops reducing over time? So what are those leading metrics that we can kind of immediately see an impact on? And then over time, are we seeing, I think the net outcome being, fewer biased stops or, that in the community?
Right. So, I mean, it's always the $1 million question. How do we measure this? So I'm not trying to put you on the
Yeah.
spot. I'm just truly interested in
Yeah.
if you have.
No, I need to think about it.
Yeah,
more.
it's
a fair
very-
question.
it's
It's
a very
much harder, I'm sure.
interesting-
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
for your application.
Thank you. Thanks all. All right. Thanks all.
Thank you, Gotham, for the interview and the great ideas. And that concludes our list of interviewees. Lee, I'm going to ask you now to clarify what our actions are tonight.
As it relates to appointments.
Yes.
Tonight, the council is, and I can get deeper into this when we get to the item. The council is not considering the DITF appointment tonight. You have 3 more interviews to conduct on March 20th. The council is not making the H&A appointment tonight. You have 1 more interview to conduct on March 20th. Maybe that's an easier way to do it of what you're not doing tonight. Tonight, you are considering reappointments for all the other boards and commissions that have terms up.
So unless there are other ideas, I would entertain a motion to reappoint the
Mayor, if I may, that's later in the agenda. The next item on the agenda after the interviews is public comment for matters not on the agenda. and then we go on to the consent
Oh,
calendar.
I'm sorry. This is an action items later on the agenda.
Correct.
But now you know what I'll be asking for. You can think about it as we move to, have we had the announcement of participation? How to participate in the meetings?
I'm happy to do that right now. If you are calling in on Zoom and would like to make a comment during this meeting, please use the raise hand feature of Zoom, which will indicate to me you'd like to make a comment. You can find the raise hand button on your webinar controls bar on the bottom of your Zoom window or smartphone screen. If you're calling in using a phone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand.
That's it?
Yes.
Thank you. We move now to the consent calendar. Is there any item on the consent calendar that the public would like to?
We're actually going to
move?
first go to oral communications, matters not on the agenda. That's the next item on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. For some reason, that is not in my agenda. This is open time for matters that are not on the agenda. If you would like to speak to matters not on the agenda, please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening, Bruce.
I'm Bruce King and I live on Hacienda Drive. Over the last year plus, I've been observing the process of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I've attended the pop-ups, I've attended the workshops, I've attended the virtual workshops also. When I attended the February 7th workshop, I was surprised to see that WRT had drawn map lines over what is commonly referred to as the Hacienda Gap. I asked Peter Witch if he understood the complexity of the issues regarding connecting Hacienda to the Middle Ridge Trail. To assist him, he asked me to send information to him, which I did. The information included some legal letters and a portion of the 2009 court order regarding Hacienda litigation, which ordered the town of Tiburon to remove map lines from its trail maps. For 15 years, the town and its consultants have adhered to this order. The 2016 Tiburon Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan and the more recent 2040 Master Plan are examples how this issue has been previously addressed. In the February 29th virtual meeting, I asked questions regarding the map lines and whether WRT performed any due diligence regarding the safety issues submitted to the town regarding Hacienda. Commissioner McInerney responded these were legal issues which they were not able to discuss. This is not a new response. You probably remember that when the Post Commission attempted to include Hacienda in their agenda approximately 2.5 years ago, they were informed by town staff that this was a town council matter for which Post should not be involved. Since it's a legal issue, I'm not sure why WRT should insert themselves. I'm informed that WRT plans to make a presentation to the town council in 2 weeks on March 20th. Based on the above, I am requesting that prior to this meeting, that the Hacienda Gap map lines be removed, along with any related descriptions from their trail map presentation, and that their current presentation be removed from the town's website. You know, I take this matter seriously. You probably remember that I volunteered a year ago. Regardless, I would still be happy to discuss along with anyone what appears to be other errors and omissions in their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is open time and it's a time for items that are not on the agenda, which the council cannot comment on. Please.
Hi, my name is Eric Pfeiffer. I live at 1683 Mar West Street, right adjacent to the council chambers. And my wife Bonnie and I, who's here with me tonight, have an issue that we are hoping that we can use the machinery of local government to address. I've actually addressed the town council once before about this issue. And Councilman Ryan, when he was the mayor, was good enough to email me back about it. And then we actually met for coffee, and he was really helpful in helping me understand what the history of this issue that we have is. And that issue is that we are disturbed daily and oftentimes into the evening by the noise from the pickleball courts that the Tiburon Peninsula Club operates just on the other side of the lagoon here. It's really disruptive. It's actually, to a point where we can't really enjoy ourselves outside our home in the evenings. And the Peninsula Club plays pickleball, which is sort of a national issue that many communities are talking about in terms of the noise disturbance and the nuisance. They play pickleball until dusk. And in the summertime, that means they're often playing until like 9 p.m. Even. Usually not 9, but certainly 7, 8:30 after the time when most people are having dinner. We had intended on addressing this with the planning council through the conditional use permit process that the planning council was operating. And like apparently some of our other neighbors, we didn't get notified when the planning council was considering that conditional use permit in December. So we're really lucky to meet Francisco Martinez tonight, who's in the room, who wrote an article for the ARC newspaper about the fact that the notice wasn't done properly, and so the neighbors could have another chance to come and address the issue around the conditional use permit. So I actually just wanted to say that's awesome. It's like a example of local government working with a community newspaper, and then a resident like me and my wife finding out about it the right way, and then having a chance to come back. So now Bonnie and I have actually taken a petition around to our neighbors, and I have 20 seconds left. A petition around to our neighbors. We have 28 signatures. I emailed Mayor Fredericks about it and say, how do we get our petition into consideration? And so we're going to arrive for the meeting on the 27th of this month. And we are going to introduce our petition, which has, as I said, 28 signatures from our neighbors to make our complaint about the CUP during the CUP process. So thank you for emailing me back, Mayor Fredericks. I just want to thank you personally. You emailed us back twice right away, and thank you. All right.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment on items that are not on the agenda? I am seeing none. And so now I am sure the town attorney will allow us to move to the consent calendar. Would any member of the public like to remove an item that's on the agenda from the consent calendar? I am seeing none. Would any member of the council like to do so?
I have a couple questions about the items. Can I ask questions about them without them being removed, or do I need to remove
You
them
need to
in
remove
order to
them.
ask questions about them?
You need to remove them to ask questions.
Okay, I would like to remove CC1 and CC2.
And
Thank
I'd
you,
like
Holly.
to remove CC3.
All right, in the interest of the efficiency that's left, I will entertain a motion to approve CC4 budget amendment for legal services.
So moved.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And now we move back to those items taken from the consent calendar. CC1, Isaac?
Yeah, so the question I had was, so in reading through the staff report, it looks like there are a couple of open positions in town, but they are not posted on the town website. So that's a little bit confusing that we don't have open jobs on the town website, but we have them as in the staff report as open jobs.
I believe they were posted on the website. The application period has closed, I believe, because we're actually conducting interviews for a couple of the positions next week. I can double check the timing of that if you'd like. I don't have it right in front of me, but we are conducting interviews for 2 of the positions next week.
Okay.
And I believe at least 2 of those positions were vacant. I mean, were posted and then removed when the application period deadline occurred.
Okay, so for accounting finance manager, we're interviewing someone for that role. And for accounting technician, we're interviewing someone for that role.
That's exactly right.
Okay,
Next week, we have interviews for both of those positions.
okay. And then the other 2 positions that are listed in the staff report as incumbent on leave, those are not open positions.
That's correct. Those are filled positions with the staff members on leave.
Okay. So is if we do hire those 2 vacant positions, what does that do to the need for contracting with the third party? Does it change nothing? Does it?
It probably doesn't change anything in the long run. It's a little difficult to predict because the timing of any hire, first of all, whether we hired or somebody it's not guaranteed we're going to have folks either qualified to take the positions or accept the positions if offered. The timing of any position that's filled is difficult to predict at this point. And also the contractors that we're working with to help us out now will also assist in training those employees because they are particularly an accounting finance manager position. It's a leadership position. And there's nobody in town who's doing that job now. So we will require the help of these consultants to transition new employees once they're hired.
And there's no one on town staff that can help transition the employees. That's something we normally contract out to a third party for.
Not normally, but in this case, particularly in the administrative services department, there are so many vacancies. For instance, if we hire an accounting technician, normally the accounting finance manager would be training that person, whereas that position is also vacant at this time.
Okay.
So we just don't have robust staffing in that department right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Holly?
Yeah, I had a question on that one as well. So if we look at page 2 of the staff report, it says that staff estimates the cost of RGS services in the current fiscal year 24 ending June 30th, 2024 will total $160,000. As a result, staff is requesting $160,000 amendment. So are we being asked to provide these funds for the past year? So has the money already been spent and we're coming for retroactive
No,
approval or?
the original contract with RGS, and I'm going to have to refresh my memory here. The original contract with RGS was signed in June of 2023. At the time, we didn't anticipate needing them for as much as we did. And we came to you and that original contract was less than my signature authority. So that did not come to council for approval. In September, it became clear that we were going to exceed my signature authority. So we came to you for the first amendment to the RGS contract, and you approved that at a not to exceed amount of $115,000. So at that time, we would have already expended some money, but we were setting the not to exceed number at a 115. We're now anticipating that June 30, 2024, we will have expended $160,000 on the RGS contract. So we're not asking for an additional $160,000. We're asking you to increase the not to exceed amount from 115 to 160.
Okay, thank you.
All right, CC2 has also been withdrawn.
Before we move off of CC1, we should open up, since they've been removed from the consent calendar, we need to open it up for public comment, each one.
Take public comment, and then do we vote on them one by one?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any public comment on CC1 professional service agreements? I am seeing none, so I will bring it back to council for a motion to approve.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Was that a second, Holly?
Second for me. Yeah.
Jack.
Oh, Jack. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we move now to CC2. Did you withdraw that from the consent calendar, Isaac?
Yes. So I just had a question. There was some correspondence about bikes that do not fall between are not class 2 and are also not class 3 and could be considered motorcycles. And I didn't see that addressed in the staff report. So my question was a follow-on from the correspondence of how do we view something like those Super 73 bicycles or other I don't know, motorcycle, bicycle, I don't moped, I don't know what you call it. But how do we view those? Are those classified as class 2? Are they classified as class 3 because they can exceed 20 miles per hour?
So if you go on the manufacturer's website for Super 73, and that's the maker, kind of like a Ford manufacturer,
Right.
so Super 73, all of the Super 70, they have 13 models that they sell on their site, and all of them are classified as class 2 bicycles with a top speed of 20 miles per hour. But again, if you go online and Google a video on YouTube real quick, it'll show you how to disable that speed to allow them to go faster, but they are classified as class 2. And with our ordinance, we have it strictly in there stating that they cannot go over 20 miles per hour, which then will allow our law enforcement to cite if they do, or a misdemeanor, another class for them to go into to basically correct that behavior. So Super 73s are class 2, but the correspondence also in there wanted to add electric scooters, mopeds. Now, electric scooters in California cannot go over 15 miles per hour. Now, there are scooters out there that cost a lot of money that can go over 15. But again, the way our ordinance is set, it's based on speed limit and the class they fall under. So even if someone has a scooter that's capable of going over 15 miles per hour, for our old rail trail speed limit in the ordinance, it cannot travel more than that. So they can be cited. And if we do follow what the correspondent suggested, he wants every kid under the age of 16 to not be allowed to ride a class 2 or a electric scooter or any of that type, any of those types of EMD. So I think our ordinance, the way it's written and the way you approved it at the last meeting moving forward, it's a good ordinance. And I think that we should move forward with that based on what you feel and then see how law enforcement.
Thank you. I just had a clarifying question.
I'm sorry.
I didn't want to, it's process, right? So we've got to remove it from the consent calendar, but it would be nice if I could just ask a question about consent calendar.
Follow up. So based on what you're saying, our ordinance would cover all of these, the scooters, that and the speed limit. Covers
Correct.
the scooters and the Super 73. Okay, thank you.
That is correct.
Are there any further questions from the council? I'll open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment on the adoption of the amendments to this chapter to our ordinance? I'm seeing none. I'll bring it back to the council now for a motion to approve.
So moved.
The city clerk is monitoring Zoom.
Sorry, I ran through that. Thank you, Francisco. All right, seeing no public comments either in the room or by Zoom, I bring it back for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
And a second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. We move now to consent calendar item number 3, disability retirement for safety employees. Who pulled that?
I did. I
Okay.
did. I had a few questions for Ben on this one. I wanted to see the way that this is written, it would be the town council that actually decides on the classification.
I'm going to have to refer to Deborah Munchmore, who's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
right here.
great.
Deborah's here in the
Thank
room.
you. Thank you. I saw you. I didn't want to put you on the spot. Okay, instead I put Ben. on
All
the
right,
spot.
let me finish with the council. Are there any further questions from the council? Seeing none, is there public comment?
No, I'm asking Ms. Mudd.
Deborah is our consultant working on this for us, Madam Mayor. And
And so she's answering the question
Yeah. Exactly.
that Holly wrote
Yes.
during council question time.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
Sorry, Holly.
So my question is, let me rephrase it. The determination of disability, is that normally done by the town council or under the CalPERS? That's how I read this, is that it's normally done by the town council and that there's a request for authority to allow the chief of police to make that determination.
so first, I'm Deborah Muchmore. I'm the interim human resources manager for the town. And thank you for the question.
Sure.
Hello, Mayor and council members.
Hello, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. So under CalPERS regulations for disability retirement, typically for most employees, CalPERS makes the determination as to whether someone qualifies or doesn't qualify. But for local safety, the laws that govern local safety allow the employer to make that decision. And that falls on the governing body, except that there is a piece of government code that allows the governing body to delegate that responsibility to someone else in the organization. That typically is either the town manager or the chief of police. We're selecting the chief of police in this case because they tend to know more about the competencies required to perform the job.
Oh, okay. Now, when I read the actual resolution, it does not limit this to the police department.
I think it says local safety in a few places.
Okay, let me look at that again,
Sure.
because it was on the consent calendar. No, it actually says, section 2, the town of Tiburon does hereby delegate to the chief of police or his or her designee the authority to make any and all determinations on behalf of the town of Tiburon. So that would be, the way that I read that, that would be any employee.
With the council's permission, we can put the words local safety in there and that will
Yes.
resolve it. I guarantee you that government code and CalPERS will not allow us to make that determination for anyone else.
I understand. I just want it to be
Yeah.
very clear because
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
doesn't make sense logically for the chief of police to make a disability determination on, an administrative employee that is overseen by our town manager or someone else.
No, I thank you for
So,
that. I will admit that as an oversight and we'll correct it.
And also it says, or his or her designee. Is there any reason why there would be a designee other than the police, chief of police?
Sometimes there's an interim chief of police. Sometimes the chief of police, I have a particular municipality that I work with, the chief of police is on a medical leave. So.
Okay. So, the amendment that I would suggest is under section 2, page 1 of 4. I want to make sure everyone can follow me. The town of Tiburon does hereby delegate to the chief of police the authority to make any and all, to make public safety employee determinations. Would that cover what you're trying to accomplish?
We can say all local safety disability determinations. And the reason that it doesn't have it in there is because section 21152C of the government code is specifically related to local safety.
Right, I understand that. I just want to make it clearer.
We can
just
do that.
in case someone picks it up and
I
hasn't
can work
happened.
with Ben and we can make sure that we have the right language in there if that works for you.
Oh, okay, and then bring it back to the
Mhm.
next meeting?
Oh,
That would be
I don't-
great.
Well,
We don't want to bring it back to the next
No.
meeting. If we want to, this is sort of a timely matter. If we can make the amendment here, we'd
Sure.
like to do
Ron
that.
does hereby delegate to the chief of police or his or her designated the authority to make any and all local safety, disability, retirement determinations on behalf of the town.
Correct.
Yes.
But I think if I'm understanding Council Vice Mayor Thier's suggestion, she also wants to delete or his or her designee. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And that's fine. That all that'll mean for us is that if we come to a case where we need to do that, then we'll just bring the resolution back and amend it.
Okay, perfect.
All right, but is there a reason to delete designate tonight?
Yeah, I think we need to clarify that for public safety personnel, it would be the chief of police. And it wouldn't be somebody else making those determinations.
But maybe the government
And
wants-
what if there is no chief of police?
That hangs up a whole determination which affects the person with disability.
I think that Ms. Muchmore said they could come back and amend the resolution if that were the case. I mean, we haven't been without a chief. We've always had an acting chief or a chief.
So it has come up, not here, in other cases where there was a sudden change in position and there wasn't a chief of police at that time. It would be better to have, instead of or his or her designee for CalPERS benefit, a position. So you typically it would be chief of police or town manager. So you could say the chief of police or town manager, and then you'd have two positions, and one or the other could sign the certification on your behalf. Are you okay with that then?
I'm okay with
Thank
it.
you.
Is everyone else okay with that?
Yeah, I know.
Greg,
It's just-
Greg,
Greg,
you
are
okay
you
with
okay
it?
with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, okay, yeah.
I was
that's-
concerned about not having a designee
Mhm.
and hanging it up until the council meeting.
Yeah, that makes sense, Alice.
Yeah.
I mean, Mayor Fredericks.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And so can somebody read back, what the amendments are, please?
For simplicity, let's first take public comment and then the motion will have Deborah read the correct language for the motion.
So that ends the discussion of CC3 for the council, is that right? Any other questions? I see none. I'll open it up to staff and the public comment. Would anyone in the public like to make a comment on the proposed amendments? I am seeing none. I will bring it back. Any further discussion? Seeing none for a motion to approve the resolution as amended. Will the staff please read the resolution as amended?
With the council's permission, I would suggest a motion to approve the resolution of the town of Tiburon designating the authority and updating the process and procedures in the determination of disability retirements for local safety employees with the following amendments: that in section 2, the first two lines read, "The town of Tiburon does hereby delegate to the chief of police or his or her designee the authority to make any and all local safety disability retirement determinations." And that in section 3, the words "or his or her designee" are stricken and added in their place are "or town manager."
And
I would just
And if
add,
we did that in section
I think
1
we'll do
and
that in
section 2
section
as well.
2 as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
any other sections where they apply? Yes,
Okay,
that'd be great.
great.
Good. You're good, we're good. We all have a motion to approve the disability retirement resolution.
So moved.
Any second,
Second.
all.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Deborah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Tonight, this is an annual item. The council is considering its appointments, reappointments, or new appointments to various seats on boards and commissions. There's a list in your staff report of all the current board members whose terms expired on the 28th of February. And so it's regular practice of the council to consider reappointments or new appointments to all of those seats at the first meeting in March. I'm happy to go through this, whatever way makes most sense to you guys, to make it easy to understand. But I think I'll start by just reading off that you are going to be making appointments tonight to the Ranch Committee, the Building Code Appeals Board, the Design Review Board, the Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission, and the Planning Commission. We do have seats expiring on the Heritage and Arts Commission. You interviewed one new applicant tonight. You have one more interview one new applicant to interview for HNA as well. You'll interview her on the 20th of March and you'll make the appointment that evening. You did interview a couple of more applicants for post tonight as well. And that really is that's all the new applicants that you've interviewed. They all interviewed for post, so you'll also be making the post reappointments tonight. And then if it's helpful, you did interview a DITF applicant tonight as well. That is a true existing vacancy on the DITF. And you have 3 more applicants to interview at your next meeting. You'll also consider that appointment on March 20th as well. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
So let me see if I have this straight. So if we choose the first line, we thank you for the grant to the Building Code Appeals Board, Parks and Open Space.
And the Design Review Board.
All right, would anyone like to offer a motion for the grant or anyone who?
Let's do public comment first. Public comment first before motions.
And I had a question for staff, if I may.
And I have a question too. Do we- I can't remember. Did any-
Let's do questions first and then we'll open up for public comment.
So my question is, do you have any active grant position?
No.
Oh, please.
Yes, I wanted to check in on the application period for the Diversity Inclusion Task Force. I did receive a few complaints because a lot of it was during the break, the school break. And I wanted to see if we could reopen applications and extend that deadline a little bit.
I would say that's at the will of the council. We do have 4 applicants. They are scheduled to be interviewed. I think if you wanted to reopen it, it might delay the appointment is all I would
Yeah,
say.
which I think would be okay. I just want to be responsive to people who, complained. Yeah.
Do you,
So I would love to hear from my fellow council members. I don't think we need a motion on this, or do we need a motion?
First, we'll do a public comment, but once we get back to bring it, I think it'd be helpful to have a motion of whether or not you want to reopen.
Okay,
It's one of the options in the staff report.
so moved.
Well, no, we're going to do a.
Oh, you want to do public comment
Yeah.
first? Okay, perfect.
So, are there any further questions? Either on the appointments we're gonna make or the idea of reopening applications to the ITF, we do have 4 applicants. No questions from the council. I'll open it up to the public comment. Would anyone like to make comments in the public?
we do have one online. I will recognize Helen Lindquist. Helen, if you can hear me. Oh, she just lowered her hand. I think it may have been a,
Sorry, no, I'll raise it again. I would just like the mayor's microphone to be raised so that we can hear her on Zoom. The other council members are very clear, but Mayor Fredericks is coming across as sort of mumbled. So could that be made more clear? Thank you.
I would like to thank our public commenter for her interest in my comments. And I must say, it'll be easier from now on because the microphone is back on. All right, we'll move on now. There were no public comments. Is that correct? To the issue of appointments. And now I bring it back to the council. Shall we take this in 2 parts? Yes.
Yeah, I would like to move that we reopen the application period for Diversity Inclusion Task Force.
Are there any seconds?
Second.
All right. Is this a roll call or how we do it? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we move now to the question of whether we would like to make appointments to the other commissions, the ranch, the Building Code Appeals Board, Parks and Open Space, the Planning Commission, the DRB. Would anyone like to make a particular motion to
Yeah, I'll-
nominate anyone in particular?
Yeah, I'll move that we nominate Victor Gazulis to the ranch, that we nominate Mark Swanson to the Building Code Appeals Board, that we nominate Brian Chong and Suzanne Kim to the Design Review Board, and that we nominate Trish Farren, Arjun Gupta, Nora Noguez to the Heritage and Arts Commission, and that we nominate Timothy Burr and Angela McInerney to the Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission, and that we nominate Jeff Side to the Planning Commission.
All right, so there are two questions. One is that we're delaying the appointment to Heritage and Arts because we haven't interviewed everyone yet.
Thank you.
And then the other question is the nominees, can we assume they are the incumbents?
Right, are all of these reappointments?
Yes, those are all reappointments. I'm reading off the staff report.
And so I would second that. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Is that an aye? All right, so we look forward to the
Excuse me, Madam Mayor,
appointments.
but before you move on, can I ask for a little clarification on the DITF reopened application period? How long would you like to reopen it for?
I think if you do another, I don't know, 2 weeks, a month.
My normal process for opening an application period is about a month, give or take, trying to make the most of when council meetings are, scheduling interviews, so give or
Okay.
take about that.
I'd like to give
but-
you that discretion, something like around a month, whatever you think works best.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, any other comments, questions? We'll move on now to the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force. Is there a staff report considering the appointment of chair and vice chair?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is another annual item, another item on the DITF. Per the two resolutions that govern the DITF, the council on an annual basis should appoint a chair and a vice chair that both will serve for 1-year terms. And per the resolution, one of the resolutions, the chair should be a member of the town council. And then I'll just note a little on the process is that this is an annual item. The council has previously asked to review this sort of on a regular basis at the second meeting in February, but that meeting was canceled this year, and that's why it's coming before you tonight. Thank you.
So a clarification, does the vice chair also have to be a member of the council?
The vice chair must be appointed by the council, but does not have to be a council member.
All right, is there any
Hard
further
quest.
question or comments from the council? I will open it up. Yes.
So how is it kosher to nominate somebody who is not here and I have not consulted with to be the vice chair?
I think,
We have a lot of members of the
I
task
think,
force. They're
I think
fantastic.
it might be, but I think maybe, do you want to maybe bring it up at the next meeting and ask who's interested?
We could do that.
Yeah.
I mean, what do people think? I would.
I think we should just nominate someone and have them be the vice chair.
Do you?
I think we should close the matter.
I have a question for
Okay.
council, which is, my understanding, it could be incorrect, is that currently the chair is required to be a member of the council.
Right.
It doesn't mention anything about the vice chair, but presumably the vice chair steps in if the chair is not capable of leading the meeting. So are we free to select any member of the public to be a vice chair, or does it need to have the same qualifications as the chair?
I
You're
have to
directing
say,
the
yeah,
question to me, but I
Yeah.
will direct the town clerk because she knows these bylaws by heart now after all these years. Yeah, so town council can appoint anyone as the vice chair, a member of the commission, not anyone, a member of the commission as the vice chair. And it doesn't matter that that person might fill in as the acting chair at a meeting.
Okay.
If the chair, there's no requirement. The only requirement is that the appointment of the chair be someone from the council.
so my understanding was the same as suggested by you, John. I assume since he or she would step into the chair role that they would have to be a council member. it's news to me that they don't have to be.
So it sounds like that's just up to the discretion of the council. In
You could
selecting a
certainly
vice
amend the
chair.
bylaws to be more specific of either preference, but right now it's not a requirement.
Do the bylaws say anything about appointing a vice chair?
Yes, it says the council. On an annual basis, the town council shall appoint a chair and a vice chair.
All right. Where are we with this? I do wish that I had known this because I think it would be helpful to have a member of the DITF who is not on the council as vice chair. But on the other hand, none of us were clear on this, and I think if it's acceptable, I would accept the nomination of Isaac Nick Farr as vice chair.
Let's do public comment first.
I just can't control myself. I'm so sorry. Are there any members of the public who would like to step up and debate this? I am seeing no one coming forward. Any further comments from the council?
Yeah, are there any members of the DITF on the Zoom?
There's not.
None of the members of the DITF came to hear about, okay. I was just curious.
I mean, I'd make a motion to reappoint Holly Thier as the chair. So can I start?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And Isaac, do you want to be vice chair?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm happy to be vice chair. I just didn't want to, if there was someone,
I'll
the
second the
members at
motion.
large are so passionate about the DITF. If there was an option to have one of them as vice chair, I didn't want to, elbow them out of the way just because I'm on town council.
But it does present an opportunity to let the other members of the DITF
Right.
know.
Deeper engagement from members of the community at large it's fantastic.
Oh, okay, so what would you like to do?
Wait a minute, do we have a motion on the table?
No, we're waiting to see what Isaac
Waiting to see
decides.
what Isaac would
Yeah,
like to
I
do.
was I was considering nominating one of the members of the DITF without them being here. And
Yeah,
Should
I
we
mean,
just
we
hold
could-
off on that? Because I had the same thought.
okay.
I think we should postpone the vice chair selection
Yeah.
because there's clearly a lot of
makes sense to me
uncertainty.
too. Yeah, because we have a meeting next week and we could put that on the agenda for next week's
Yes,
DITF
exactly.
meeting and then have an open
I
discussion
think
about
that's a
it.
great idea.
And then come back to the next town council meeting and do that.
Okay,
And a point of clarification.
As long as the chair shows up at that meeting, it'll work.
You can be the vice chair for that meeting. Okay, so the one question I do have is, I did not see, just to complicate matters, I did not see under the resolution where it says that a vice chair is appointed by the council. So I just want to make sure that we're clear tonight who is appointing, and
So I'm looking at resolution 03-2021, section 3, which is your attachment 2.
right.
On an annual basis, the town council shall appoint a chair and a vice chair.
Right. However, in the resolution 43-2020, there's no mention of a vice chair. And it states that the council will appoint a chair. So my question is, also, is there an opportunity for the task force to appoint a vice chair?
So the resolution you referenced was the creation of the DTIF.
Right,
The resolution the town clerk just read was
Are
the
the-
bylaws.
right, the
So they're
bylaws.
two separate, the confusing part is they live in two different documents. But
Yeah.
both, the DTIF doesn't have the authority under either one of those documents to make the appointment.
No, I understand that, but since it's silent on the vice chair, I mean, this is just a really technical thing. I mean, it would have been better if we put chair and vice chair in the original resolution and that it would match the actual bylaws, but it's fine. And I think that will work. And there's no problem with someone sharing a vice chair position, two people sharing that position.
It says a vice chair. So I read that as a singular vice chair.
All right, Ben.
All right, are there any other interpretations that need to be clarified? I am seeing none, and so I feel free to move on to action item 3, Asian Pacific Heritage Funding. We're considering approval of request for funding for this event, and is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor Fredericks, thank you. On February 7th, 2024, the Diversity Inclusion Task Force received a presentation from Anne Marie Su Yun on a proposed event to celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. The proposed event would take place at Zelinsky Park here between Town Hall and the library, and would take place on May 18th, 2024. After receiving the presentation and discussing the proposal, the DITF voted unanimously to recommend the council approve $8,000 in fiscal year 24 expenditures for the event. Exhibit 1 of your staff report is a detailed proposal for the event. I would note that if council were to approve the $8,000 expenditure, the line item for Diversity Inclusion Task Force would be overexpended by $6,806. So we are asking for fiscal year 24. So we're asking council to also consider a budget amendment in that amount, with the source of funds being general fund operating reserves. Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the council? I'm seeing none. Are there any comments, questions from the public? I would like to just make one suggestion. It isn't even a suggestion, but we do have a Japanese population here. It's not very large, but some of them are historically here in the town during the railroad era. If there is any opportunity or anyone has an idea, there are many opportunities to present what is important to the culture. Just recently at the library in San Rafael, they actually had a taiko drum performance. I don't want to intrude on the very well-planned event, but it is an idea. I thought I would take the advantage of being mayor and throwing it out there. That said, let's move to the funding issue, and with no comments from the public, can we consider the approval of the request for $8,000 expenditure for this event and a budget amendment of $6,806? A motion, please.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi. And I just want to say I'm really excited about this event and I'm very grateful to the organizers.
All right, we move now to action item 4. The installation of a new informational kiosk in the right-of-way. Welcome, Deanne.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Thank you so much. I appreciate your time tonight. I know I'll keep this tight and straightforward for everybody. Okay, Greg, let's see if I can do this clicker. So I'd like to start. I just have a few slides. See, I already went every time. Okay. I'd like to just kind of position us downtown right now as we talk about the kiosk and ask everyone if they can see the existing kiosk in this wonderful photo. This is why we need a new kiosk. This is like a wonderful, vibrant part of our town. It's the gateway to our downtown. And so it's a wonderful opportunity to really communicate more effectively with our community and our visitors. So what is the opportunity? Again, Gateway, here is the existing kiosk. It's a lovely feature, but it doesn't stand out very clearly. And when folks come into town, they're constantly asking, you know, where are some historic landmarks? Where are the downtown businesses? Where is Arc Row? And this is the place where we can really capture them and show them all the places to visit. So the map that's there today, and you kind of see a vague picture of it, it doesn't really provide any meaningful direction as to where you are, other than the bay is behind you. So it's a tremendous opportunity, and I'm excited about like the next version of the map so that folks can really understand what our peninsula looks like. So here are the 3 sides of the existing kiosk. And I actually think that the content is great. It just needs to be presented differently. The historic, talking about where landmarks are. Again, the merchant map that needs to be desperately redesigned. And then, of course, talking about our ferry schedule. When we look to the redesign, I would encourage us to use QR codes, because then you can provide even further, more in-depth information as folks want to dig deeper. So for like Landmark Society, for example. So here is a rendering, or actually this is an actual kiosk from the vendor that we're looking at. I want to point out that this is not the color we would recommend. The kiosk, I would suggest, really match the colors of our downtown. I'm thinking of the existing color of Bungalow Kitchen, Malibu Farm, Cafe Acree, that kind of beige cream color. You'll see that they're half cabinets and below are the crests of the town. So I would suggest that we have two sides with the Town of Tiburon logo, one with the Chamber logo. And I'm reaching out to Tiburon Peninsula Foundation, and I would love to have one side with their logo as well. I present to them next week. They are the entity that designed the original kiosk that we're proposing to replace. So they're the sizes. Again, historic color of choice, I think, is really important. And why did this vendor jump out at us? It just looks, my intention is that this looks like it's always been there, and people walk into town and say, of course, this is what it represents who we are. And then up above, if you see that, you can have Tiburon in the plaque at the top of each of the four sides. You can also have directory, that type of thing, that kind of verbiage. So our Public Works Department, shout out to them. They're incredible. They did a mock-up so that everyone can appreciate what the look and feel. So again, it mimics the existing footprint, but of course it's four-sided. I mean, there's going to be a more meaningful, substantial place to find directions. I also measured, just because from a different angle, it looks like everything's on top of each other in terms of like the painted bins to the kiosk. There's no accessibility issues. So having that kiosk go where the existing kiosk is allows for easy pedestrian access all around it. So the total cost is a little over $22,000. I've reached out to the map designer that works with my fellow chamber colleagues in Mill Valley, because they have a fantastic map that they use. So we have an estimate from that map designer. I suggest that that's what the chamber covers, because that's going to involve, annual updates to that map as businesses come and go. And again, next week, I will be speaking with Tiburon Peninsula Foundation, asking for a grant, because everything the chamber does wants to include the entire larger community. And so that leaves 17,000 and change in terms of our request to town council. And I thank you so much for your consideration. We have a really unusual layout of our downtown. If you live here, you know where everything is, but if you're visiting, it can be quite confusing to find various folks. And we want to make sure our businesses are showcased appropriately. So thank you.
Are there any questions of Deanne?
I do. So I'm just curious, can you go back to the image of the kiosk that exists?
This one, or you want to go back
One
further?
before? Yeah, that one.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand what it is I'm looking at. So it's obviously this four-sided structure. What is behind the glass? It's a little hard to see.
Right. Those are cabinets. So you would have a glass enclosed keyed cabinet on four sides. And thank you for bringing that up. The intent, or at least my vision for this, would be, again, the historic permanent information on one side, the newly redesigned merchant map permanently installed on another side. We have an opportunity for ferry information on the third side. And then the fourth side would be used for events. So the Diwali event, Tiburon Wine Festival, Juneteenth, Friday Nights on Main. So that would be swapped out and it would be available. It's a significant size, the
Yeah,
24 by 30.
and so these are essentially frames that would hold
Correct,
posters or signs inside.
correct. With 3 of them being permanent, we
Right,
wouldn't
and
have
then
them.
one.
Correct.
Thank you.
Holly, did you have a comment? Yeah.
I just had a quick question. So is there a possibility of doing digital?
There is. And, you know, when I started down this road last year, I was really into the digital, you know, let's have a interactive walking map. And then we did an LCD screen. You can retrofit it to this. I will tell you, having seen some of the digital content in other kiosks in person, it felt a little off in terms of our character and charm. And I think if you sensibly use the QR codes, you can provide that more meaningful information, especially the map designer is going to do a digital map as well. So I'm walking away, I have my phone and, you know, the Caprice is my perfect example. How do I get to the Caprice? It's not intuitive. And so I would have that map on my phone via the QR code.
So I actually have, I certainly don't want to micro edit anything, but I just recently had, actually it was last summer, 2 experiences with groups who asked questions about where you take a walk, how you access open space, and where the historical places are. You don't want to overload these things so nobody can find anything, but at least put it on the list.
Right. Well, and if you go back, we actually have quite a great rendering of some of our historical spots. It's just, you have such limited space, which we can use so much more thoughtfully with the new design.
And that could come up in a QR code in any case.
Exactly.
A map. Yes. Any further comments or questions? Yes.
Yeah, are you presenting on the next item?
No, I am not.
Then I do have a question.
Okay.
Is there any way we could get you to stay?
Thank you. I mean, this is my last
Knew I had to do
presentation.
that, yes.
It's-
And I wanted to acknowledge you because this is your last presentation. And we will have to acknowledge you in a formal way in the future. And I hope through the mayor, we can, and the town council and our staff, we can make that happen. But I will just say a couple words of thanks to you. You came in as president of the chamber, and I haven't prepared anything, so I'm just talking. You came in as president of the chamber and helped to revitalize downtown. And, you know, with the help of our business community that is largely represented here, and I'm not going to name names because I'm going to leave someone out, so I'm not going to do that. But, and with our town staff, you know, downtown has been revitalized in a way that when I joined this council, we only talked about. It was a dream. And I want to thank you for your vision, for your work, for bringing everyone together, for getting us on board and really getting your vision in the downtown, because it is amazing. It is something we are all very proud of. You know, I do want to honor also your chamber members and your board that I know helped do that, but it's really you, Deanne. And I hope that you pat yourself on the back. And, you know I can say, if you ever want to come back, you just come right on back and we will find a place for you somehow in this town or on the chamber, you know, on the chamber. So thank you for everything you've done for the town of Tiburon and will continue to do.
Thank you. It's truly been a privilege. It's been quite a journey these past 5.5 years. So thank you.
And I would like to echo the vice mayor's comments, except for the place where she outed the surprise event to thank you.
Oh, of course, yes.
Okay. Is there any further questions? All right. Thank you very much, Deanne. I'll open it up now to public comment on the informational kiosk. Please come up, introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name's Parker Pringle. I love this idea. I think it's fantastic. There's obviously a lot of support from the business community for this, so I think it's terrific. I looked in the ARC, 2011, the current kiosk was designed and sounded like it was a lot more acrimonious. It took a lot more time, and Councilmember Fredericks was not a fan at that time of the particular designs that were presented. So by comparison, this meeting's been really successful. Just want to bring up one little hiccup with that location. I guess it's gone now. There's a, excuse me, a valet operation that's takes place 5 nights a week on the Paradise Drive. It's operates from the crosswalk along the length of the freight ferry turnout. And it doesn't happen in the turnout, it happens in the bike lane and then in the lane of travel, automobile travel down there. And the bulb out on the corner there, right around there, that's where the patrons stop. And then cars get stored in the turnout and further down. And I'm a little concerned with the location for a larger kiosk. It's going to be 80 inches tall, that it might impair the visibility of cars turning right off of Main Street onto Paradise Drive, especially in the dark. Somebody coming down that street doesn't know there's a valet operation there. It's going to make maybe a right turn. And it probably won't happen, but it seems like there's a risk that should probably be considered as part of whatever happens with the installation. There could be a different location for it. Other alternatives would be getting the valets to use the turnout rather than the bike lane and the street. Basically, people have to get out in the street to get to their cars. So my concern is somebody's gonna be turning right. They're gonna be going around an SUV. There's gonna be kids and a family getting out of a car on the other side. So that's my one concern. Otherwise, I love it. And congratulations. Thanks a lot for the design. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Parker. Is there any further public comment? I am seeing none, so I will bring this back to the council unless there's further discussion, for a motion to approve the installation of the kiosk
So
as
moved.
proposed and approve the funding.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
We move now to public hearing 1 to consider amendments to chapter 16 and 19 concerning sidewalk dining. Is there a staff report?
Go ahead. So you probably all remember Bob Brown from the Housing Elements, and Bob has been the consultant working with the town on this project, and I will just let him give the presentation.
Thank you so much. So Mayor Fredericks and members of the council. So tonight's hearing is regarding regulations that we're proposing for sidewalk dining. So let's see if oh, no, that's a laser. Okay, there we go. Wrong way. There we go. Thank you. Okay. No, this is actually going to the back of the presentation, I think. No, that's the end. Should we start from the beginning? It's always a good place to begin. There we go. Very fine. Thanks so much. Okay, so under your current municipal code, to approve dining on the public sidewalk, an applicant would have to get a conditional use permit from the planning commission and then an encroachment permit and a right-of-way agreement from the Public Works Department. During the COVID pandemic, the council authorized the town manager to approve temporary outdoor activities and encroachment agreements. And 6 businesses took advantage of that, so they could have outdoor dining that was appropriately spaced, et cetera, during those tough times. However, the council resolution stated that those allowances were only temporary and that they were to be superseded when the state of emergency had expired. So we're at that point now, and what we'd like to do is be able to convert those temporary agreements into ongoing licenses. And the proposal is to adopt some uniform regulations for outdoor dining installations and really focusing on protecting public safety and also protecting the town in terms of liability. So in terms of municipal code amendments tonight, we're proposing 2 revisions to the zoning code. One would add sidewalk dining as a permitted use in the 2 downtown districts, the mixed use and the Main Street districts. And the second would exempt outdoor dining from parking calculations. So that area for the dining would not be part of the computations for parking. And then secondly, the actual regulations would occur in the Public Works chapter. There would be a new chapter 19B specifically dealing with sidewalk dining. And at this point, I'd like to shout out, as part of the process, Deanne was very helpful in arranging for 2 meetings with the downtown restaurateurs. So we were able to describe what we were doing, give some ideas about potential regulations that have occurred in other communities and get their feedback, which was very helpful. So describing some of the proposed changes in terms of process, the proposal would be to eliminate the use permit requirement. So these restaurants or bars or wine shops would all already have a use permit for their indoor business. We did not feel there was a need to modify that use permit then to allow outdoor dining as well. And then also the municipal code currently has in the Public Works chapter provisions for encroachment permits and right-of-way agreements. And those contain all the necessary language to protect the city in terms of hold harmless agreements and waiver of liability, et cetera, and requiring liability insurance. So we'd like to take advantage of those existing sections. In terms of use restrictions, this would cover the sidewalk area in the public right of way, and it would not involve any of the in-street parklets. So that's been a focus of a lot of debate in other communities, giving up parking, et cetera, the appearance of these things in the street. That's not the case here in Tiburon because frankly, Main Street's not wide enough. The allowance for sidewalk dining would only be allowed in the sidewalk area directly in front of that business frontage. However, there is a provision that would allow, with the consent of an adjacent property owner and adjacent business owner, that an application can be made to extend that sidewalk dining in front of an adjacent business, again, with their concurrence. As I said, we would exempt the outdoor dining from parking regulations and also a couple of other restrictions. There would be no outdoor cooking allowed, and the entertainment would also be precluded in amplified music unless they went through a use permit modification. Most of the regulations relate to safety. So what's proposed is a minimum 48-inch pedestrian path of travel, and that would accommodate ADA access. A 2-foot setback from any seating or tables or fixtures from the face of the curb, unless there's a safety barrier installed, and I'll talk a little bit more about the design of that in a moment. There's also a requirement for a setback of the improvements from driveways, corners, alleyways, so that there would be line of sight for vehicular traffic. A 3-foot clearance of any heaters to combustible materials for obvious reasons. And then if there's any extension of electrical or gas to the area, those would require building permits as they normally would. This is a photograph showing the location of seating for 2 of the restaurants downtown. And these would be within that 2-foot separation from the curb. And again, the concern is that a patron would simply scoot their chair back and fall into the street. And I actually have seen that happen in Novato, and something we want to avoid. So instead, what would be required would be to, if the business wanted seating in this location, to put up a permanent anchored barrier. And the idea is that the town would actually choose a specification for that barrier. And so there's some consistency in appearance. And the idea is it would most likely be black tubular metal, something a pretty simple design, 3 feet tall. Again, to provide safety, but also not really to be a very visual element. And then there's a requirement that if and when the restaurant would remove that barrier, they would have to be responsible for restoring the sidewalk.
I just want to add one quick note there, Bob. Thank you. I would note that we do not envision, in the picture to the right, you notice that this particular photo shows a barrier that makes a right-hand turn, a 90-degree turn. We don't envision allowing that right-hand turn. What we envision is the barrier installed parallel to the street on the curb edge at the length necessary to protect the folks who are sitting at the tables that are within 2 feet of the curb.
If I may, could you go back to the picture of the existing seating? So when I look at that, it's hard for me to imagine there being going 2 feet in from the curb and putting up a barrier and then putting the seating.
The barrier would be right at the curb face. So right behind the yellow stripe would be the location of the barrier.
And it would be in lieu of the 2 foot requirement.
Oh, I see. So you could either place your seating 2 feet in,
Or-
I'm thinking of Cafe Acre, they're pretty far in.
Right.
So you could either put it in,
Mhm.
or you could make it closer to the curb, but have a low barrier.
Exactly.
I see.
So in some of the narrower sidewalk locations like this, it's pretty hard to get that setback and a wide enough area for tables and chairs.
And you're saying it would be on the yellow line or behind it?
We envision it installed right at that interface, basically, on the brick, but right at the yellow line.
So it would be on top of the yellow line or on the
Just
curb
then.
side of
It'd
it?
be actually installed on the brick itself, not on the yellow. So the curb would still stick out 4 inches beyond the barrier. The yellow would not, we would not be attaching to the curb itself. We'd be attaching to the brick right at the edge of the curb.
We would not want to obscure either the yellow curb markings or the red curb markings. Those are for safety purposes, so.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
The other design requirements include some regulations if there are landscape planters or pots in terms of height limits. We want them tall enough that they're not tripping hazards, but not too tall that you can see over them. The material choices and a requirement that the plants be maintained. There's a vertical clearance for umbrellas or canopies or for string lights. And because the sidewalk here is narrow, there is a prohibition on any construction of overhead enclosures or trellises. And the other restriction is that if there are umbrellas or again, barriers or whatever, you could not put advertising signage or logos on those. You would simply have the business signage regulated by your sign code.
I have one more question on the barriers. So the barriers would actually be on town property. Is that correct?
Yes, all of this is on town property. All of this is in the
Right.
right of way.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought. And then who would pay for the barriers?
The expectation right now is that the applicant would. And again, it would be to city specification and the Public Works would, definitely inspect the installation. But the idea right now is that the applicant would be responsible for all the improvements that they're putting onto the sidewalk.
Thank you.
So the Planning Commission held a hearing just last week. They recommended approval of the 2 zoning code amendments. They commented on the Public Works chapter. And they suggested adding a regulation regarding the appearance of fixtures, that they be compatible with the business frontage itself and of high quality, et cetera. So that's been added. And they recommended that the community development director be listed as the decision maker rather than the town manager or designee for the encroachment permit and the right-of-way agreement. They wanted to make sure that there was some consistency in terms of review and also that design considerations would be part of that approval process.
Were these added to the
Yes.
resolution that we're looking at?
Yes.
So when you talk about appearance of fixtures, who is going to regulate that? And, that could be a really subjective determination.
That's why we did not have it in the original ordinance. Again, we wanted to get out of sort of discretionary design review. But again, the planning commission has suggested it. It is in the draft. The council can.
Could you point me to the page in line in the
Surely.
draft?
Let's see. It would be page 8 of 10 of
number
exhibit
B1.
1,
It's B1.
exhibit 1.
Yes.
Page 8, and it would be under B fixtures, number 1, appearance.
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
A topic that is new, we did not raise this with the planning commission because they do not weigh in on fees, is a consideration of a rental fee for use of the public sidewalk for private purposes. Many jurisdictions have this kind of compensation required. I have included in your packet a survey we did of Marin jurisdictions and some others in terms of their fees, and the range is very broad. And that's because some of these are based on market rate rents for actual retail space or a percentage thereof. Some are based on the loss of parking revenues for parklets, which is not applicable here. What we found is that there's an average among the wide range of about $2 a square foot per month in terms of a fee, which works out to $24 per square foot per year. And just to give you a sense of how that might work in reality, if you had a fairly typical 30-foot length of storefront by an 8-foot area that they would have fixtures in, the rental fee per year would be in the range of about $5,760. Again, for council consideration. And again, this was a copy of the fee survey that was in your packet. Yes, Mayor
So
Fredericks.
sort of independently of the amount, is the idea that private business is using public space and that's why a fee is due?
Yes.
And in other circumstances, fees are supported by the same rationalization, use of public space.
Exactly.
Is that right? Yeah.
Some communities choose not to have a fee. Petaluma, they're content just to encourage outdoor dining and as a public benefit and not charge a fee. Most cities do charge something though, but again, entirely up to the council. So the recommendation of staff for the council is to conduct the public hearing tonight. Move to read the ordinance by title only and introduce that ordinance, waiving further reading. Have a roll call on the introduced ordinance. And then again, to have some discussion as to whether you would like staff to consider bringing forward an amendment to your fee schedule to capture a rental of space for outdoor dining. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone else in the council have a question? Isaac?
Yeah, I have a question. I've been kind of combing through this and something that comes up is there a map of Main Street and Arc Row and the actual sidewalks that this is being proposed on? I know you flashed the 6 businesses up there, but I think it'd be helpful to sort of see a top-down view of what we're talking about.
If you look at page 3 of the ordinance, exhibit 1, that is showing part of the zoning map for the area. So you can see the area that is MU, it's dark and MS, they're shaded.
Yeah.
So those would be the areas that would technically be possible.
Yeah, that I was looking at that, but I it's challenging to because it's kind of like a really skinny rectangle that covers all of Main Street.
Right.
And the fountain area.
Right. It was not our intent to show this as a map, but again, the idea is that along Tiburon Boulevard in the commercial area, along Main Street, those are the areas, those sidewalks, if they're wide enough and can accommodate this, they would be allowable. I would note that Tiburon Boulevard is also complicated a bit by the fact it's a Caltrans right away, so there's some coordination that would be required there as well.
So when you say if it's wide enough, so like in front of, I think Salt and Pepper was one of them, Waypoint was one of the locations. Do you have the measurements for storefront to street? And then how much of that can be used for dining and
It
how much of that
varies.
is for pedestrian?
Generally along Main Street, the width between the building and the curb is anywhere between 8 feet and 13 feet. So it varies by location. You'll note that Waypoint has a very, very narrow set of tables. Again, they have fairly limited width there. Other areas have a bit more to play with. Arc Row, really nothing to speak of. So again, it really sort of depends on the practical situation in front of each business.
And are any of the, so our family frequents Lola's a lot. And there's just outdoor dining that's there. It looks like it's just sort of part of the restaurant. That seems like it's different. And maybe the outside of a crease seems like it's a little different than what's being proposed here. Where in front of some of the restaurants, if there's only 8 feet of frontage, how do you fit that?
Well, I think the first of all, Arc Row is a little bit of an anomaly because the town does not own the sidewalk on Arc Row. That's owned by the Zielinski Properties that owns all of Arc Row. But you're right. And as Bob mentioned, the width of the sidewalk varies greatly depending on where you are on Main Street. And to accommodate, so the short answer is where you can accommodate a 48-inch wide path of travel for ADA access, in addition to whatever proposed tables and chairs there are, if that will all fit, we would be able to issue this permit. If you can't maintain that 48-inch clear pedestrian path of travel, with any type of table or chair, you simply wouldn't be able to utilize this in front of your business.
Okay. And then when I looked at, I didn't see a correspondence from the hotel. Was there any outreach to the hotel to see what they thought about this? Because I know when we have Friday nights on Main, they're not very happy with that because guests checking in, have to get their luggage, they have to park in a location and transport that luggage from one area to another. Does this impact hotel check-in and that sort of thing in any way?
I don't think there was any particular outreach made, but we certainly haven't received any comments either for or against from the Water's Edge.
And then
Yes, how
I
are
had
you
a few
doing?
questions. Yes. I had a question. Are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I had a question. So will this proposed ordinance change any current businesses already existing use of outdoor dining space that they're already using?
The 6 that have the temporary allowances would have to then file for a permanent license, yes.
Right. What I'm asking is, will anything in this proposed ordinance change their already existing use? Will it preclude some
Physically.
tables? Will it change what they already have?
Only Squalavino and the adjacent business that are within that 2 feet from the curb, they would have to make some change.
And what would that change be?
They would probably, if they chose to keep the tables as they are, they would have to put in that 3-foot barrier along the curb.
So I just have another question about the barrier. What was the process for selecting the barrier that was in on the I'm not a huge fan of that particular look, so I'm just wondering what the process was.
That was just an example of a barrier. We have not actually specified a specific manufacturer or product as of yet.
The intent, I think, though, was to find something that was fairly nondescript, wasn't extremely showy, wasn't really attracting attention, something that sort of blends and just sort of disappears visually. That was the idea. But if the council has other suggestions, that's fine too.
I mean, if we'd be happy to bring back the council at a future meeting, examples of what is possible and council can choose, I suppose.
So,
Wait, I have a follow-up on the Squalavino. Go ahead, John.
so your thinking is that the town would specify a specific product as opposed to providing criteria and letting the businesses choose what they want?
Our idea was that in the few circumstances where the barriers would be installed, we would want them to all
To all
look
look
the
the
same.
same.
Yeah. And how we get there, what we proposed was, what seemed to be the simplest path to get there, which is the town would specify a product. And if a business chose to locate their tables and chairs within the 2-foot setback, the barrier would be required to be installed, and they would be required to install the barrier specified by the town.
So, okay, so let me go back to Squalovino. I want to make sure I understand this. Because Squalovino's existing tables and setup that they have, that they've been using for what, 2-3 years now, they don't have enough space in their portion of the sidewalk. So they're gonna have to put the safety barrier in.
That would be the idea.
But the other tables don't require a safety barrier if they're 2 feet away from. Okay,
That's correct.
and has anyone spoken to the owners of Squalovino?
They participated in our 2 Zoom meetings, yes.
Okay, and I think I might see, maybe some people are here tonight. I would like to hear from Squalovino if they're here in the room. In addition, I have a question about whether we're currently charging businesses for outdoor dining right now.
No,
No. So this would be a new charge that we would be imposing should the council decide to add a fee in for the businesses that are already using the sidewalk and already set up with outdoor dining. Is that correct?
If you
that's
choose.
correct. They, in those, all of the, in
Okay.
almost every circumstance, there was no outdoor dining in those places before COVID, and council chose to put in place an emergency permit system
Oh,
where
okay.
we issued them.
Okay, so I know it's not time for discussion, but I'm very opposed to charging our businesses for use of what they're already using. And I really feel strongly that, I know that you have to bring that to us. I just want to make it clear that my position is that we have businesses that have been relying on outdoor dining and have already set up and spent money, and we cannot, to me, this is more of a retroactive charge. We cannot now say, oh, now you have to pay. Sorry, I couldn't let that one go.
So I have a brief question. This basically is the use of the public space. What if one of the uses actually, or a part of a use is problematic in the way that some people are worried about the safety of pedestrians and streets, and and they already have this use permit. So we have approved it as they propose to use it, but it turns out to be a problem. Is there a way to roll back that use? Or we just simply address the problem if we can?
I would think so. I don't know if the town attorney has
I'm happy to answer that.
thoughts.
First, there'll be the agreement that they have to sign will have indemnification if there's any issues in that regard. But there will be a permit, like every CUP, if there's a hazard that's been created by their use, we always have the authority to revoke that permit if there's a nuisance.
But I would hope there would be a path to working to cure whatever.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And then the other issue, which I understand and support, is the exemption from parking. I know we're really constrained on the parking we have, and it hasn't been more constrained with the use of the sidewalks. But what is the current parking requirement for businesses? Remind me.
I can't speak to exactly what it is. I think when each business applies for a conditional use permit, the analysis is made regarding number of chairs, tables, seats, and the parking requirement is established based on that proposed use or number of tables and chairs. So it's different for each business. I can't tell you what that number actually
That's all right. I was just wondering if there was a parking requirement,
The
where you
code-
were supposed to find the parking.
The code requires for restaurants and bars, 1 parking space for every 4 seats of maximum seating capacity for indoor seating, and 1 for each 8 seats of maximum capacity for outdoor seating. That would be on private property. And then it says for restaurants or bars with no or non-traditional seating, 1 parking space per 60 square feet of floor area, excluding the kitchen and service area. And then we are adding no parking requirement for sidewalk dining area in public right of way.
So
That's
this
the current-
exemption is just a way to support our businesses when they need it. Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
And does the parking requirement change the parking requirements for any existing businesses?
No.
Okay, and then I had another question. Is the safety barrier required by any code section?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, I think it's a practical matter. Again, as I say, I know a number of cities have these requirements in their code, and I personally witnessed in Novato, somebody falling off the curb into the sidewalk, which required paramedic.
Right, I'm asking if there is a code section that requires that our businesses put up safety barriers.
I don't believe there's anything in the building code that requires this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any more council questions? Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I have a couple of questions. So first of all, in the draft ordinance, in that page 8 under the fixtures, and you talked about it in the presentation as well, it says furnishing of fixtures associated with the sidewalk dining shall maintain minimum setback of 10 feet from driveway or intersection. And in your presentation, you said corner. And isn't one of the businesses the Caviar Company, and aren't they like on a corner? So how would we affect a railing, or is the railing, the barrier, not part of the fixtures as defined in here?
It would have to be 10 feet in from the face curb where the return is for the driveway.
Okay.
So I think you're talking about where the entrance of the parking lot is.
Yeah, so that's probably 10 feet from the corner, but in his presentation, it just said corners. It didn't say entrance to driveway. So,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it would be 10 feet from the entrance to
Okay,
that.
all right, that seems to take care of that. And then, so with just respect to the process, like going forward, like we know that there are businesses that like to have their tables right on the street, and that it would be much safer if there were a barrier. I get that. But going forward, if we have restaurants that say, hey, I'd rather have my tables against the street, now I want to put up a barrier, is that, I assume that we have the control over whether that gets approved or not, as they would have to amend their permit, only because you kind of don't want to have a bunch of restaurants change and you have piecemeal sections of barrier all over the place without us having some say of it going forward, right?
Well, and Bob can correct me if I'm wrong, under the what we're proposing or what's proposed, you could end up with a piecemeal, section of barrier here, no barrier because either there's not a restaurant in that portion of street or their tables and chairs are more than 2 feet from the curb.
Mm-hmm.
And if let's say there was a restaurant that had their tables and chairs against the building. In a year from now, they decided they wanted their tables and chairs out by the street. Under this proposal, if they came to us, we would allow that as long as they put a barrier up, and if the tables and chairs are within 2 feet of the curb. So it could change down the road if that's what you're asking. And as long as they are in accordance with the ordinance, we would allow that change.
Okay, thanks.
I want to just confirm Jack's question in a slightly different way. Are we saying that there could be 1 or 2 15 to 20 foot in length fences on Main Street on one side and no other fences anywhere else on Main Street? That's just a hypothetical.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I had a couple more questions. In looking through all of the exhibits, I don't see a reference to egress requirements for the restaurants. Were those taken into account of how close to the entrance to the restaurant that tables and chairs can be?
Again, it's the 4 foot path of travel.
Okay, that's the only requirement.
That's it.
Okay, and putting up a fence in front of the restaurant door doesn't impact those egress requirements.
Again, the safety
long
barrier,
as
the safety barrier would be out at the curb, not next
Right.
to the entrance to the restaurant.
Okay. And then are there any Main Street businesses that either have a sidewalk that is that would not permit tables and chairs on the outside because they wouldn't have that 48-inch amount of sidewalk, or that already don't have 48 inches of sidewalk in front of their businesses, especially restaurants? Are there any restaurants that meet that requirement?
I don't know, there may be some.
Because it seems I think one side of Main Street is wider than the other side,
is.
if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
It
So
is, and then sections of that street are, of the narrower side are wider on different parts of it. So it varies there, we don't have a uniform sidewalk width. So yes, they're probably, and I don't,
That's kind of where
haven't
in
done an
asking about
inventory.
that map, if there was a part of Main Street where it would never be allowed because it was only, 42 inches wide. It'd be great to be able to look at that and see, okay, well, as we're evaluating this, here's an area where you just couldn't have
Right.
any outdoor seating.
but that'll be dictated by whatever's proposed, meaning, for instance, some tables are 36 inches wide, some are 48 inches wide, some are 24 inches wide. There may be sections of sidewalk that would allow a a table of two right up against the building. Because there's only two people and it's relatively narrow and still allow 48 inches, whereas it wouldn't allow a table of four, a 48-inch table. We can't change the sidewalk with, we're living with what we have, and we have to apply whatever ordinance you all
And
approve
also,
to
and
this.
I'd also add that buildings over time are going to redevelop. And if a building sets itself back, a foot or two from the sidewalk, all of a sudden they may have width that they can put outdoor dining in.
And then last question I think I have is this restricted to restaurants, or would the yarn shop be able to put tables and chairs out front? Would the law firm be able to put tables and chairs out front?
No, it's strictly eating and drinking establishments.
Any further questions?
I have
Holly?
I have one more question. In the area where the tables are closest to the street, how many people have fallen and made claims against the town in the last 3 years?
I'm not aware of any actual claims against the town. I can't speak to if people have tripped and fell.
Okay,
But
thank you.
I can't, there's no claims as far as I know.
Got it.
I have a
Yes, Jeff.
question. So of is it 6 businesses that currently have outdoor dining? How many of them are currently within that 2 feet of the curb? Do we know?
It's 1 or 2.
So 4 of the businesses, or 5, would be unaffected by the barrier requirement if they continued operating as they are now.
Yes.
And it's 1 or 2 of the businesses. I assume one of them is Squalo Vino. Is there another one that you can think of that might?
Pardon me? Caviar Company.
And Caviar Company. Those 2 are the ones that, as they're currently configured, would either need to move their table somehow or put up a barrier.
Either or.
But for all of the other existing 4.
I would also note that one other restaurant has outdoor dining. It was not covered by these temporary provisions, and that's Petite Left Bank. They have a use permit for it. So again, that's existing and that will remain.
And the rules for that are different?
Well, in that case, they don't have a temporary agreement, so they don't have to replace it. So the use permit will remain in effect. If somebody else came in along the Tiburon Boulevard and wanted to do outdoor dining on the public sidewalk, this would be their process.
Okay, and I'm just asking about the Left Bank. I'm trying to remember, are they 2 feet in?
They're up against the building.
They're up against the building. Okay, right. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, sorry, just one for the clarification. So for Squalo Vino, and maybe Deanne knows this, is the sidewalk, are the chairs against the sidewalk because there are trees? And so if you put the tables against the building, you don't have the 4 feet because of the trees there, or am I thinking about that incorrectly?
Part of, they started with tables, both Caviar Co. and Squalo, up against the building, but you have the awnings, and so it becomes very awkward. And it actually was during the whole process, especially with Caviar, if you move the tables out, on the street side, you get more folks can actually enjoy the outdoor space.
Thanks.
All right, yes.
We got one more question. Can one restaurant rent the sidewalk from another storefront and sort of expand their sidewalk dining into the front of another storefront.
Yes, I mentioned we added the provision to allow that if the adjacent property owner and the adjacent business concur to allow that.
All right.
It wouldn't
any-
be rent, did you say rent the space? They wouldn't be renting the space because it's town space. It's the sidewalk. It would be this public sidewalk in front of an adjacent business.
I was asking because conceivably, I mean, could you go more than one storefront over? Could you rent the entire front of Main Street if you're one of the restaurants? I guess you're not renting it, but if you got permission from 2 or 3 different storefronts after, 7 PM or something like that, could you just set up tables all the way down the street?
Conceivably, I mean, there's probably some practical limits as to how far you can deliver food and all that, but.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions from the council? I'll open up to public comment now. Would anyone in the public like to make a comment? I am seeing none. Oh, I am seeing one, but for the rest of you, I assure you, we have read your letters.
Sorry to bother you again. The rent question's a good one because I don't know the public policy implications of it, but conceivably somebody could say, I want to use your storefront for my tables. They said no, but let's talk about it and then, offer some money. They're basically gonna be getting some money from the use of that town land, so, or something. I don't know. I guess the landlord needs to give permission too. That would be interesting. Larkspur, about the fee issue. That was a big thing in Larkspur and they had some good meetings about it. They're on YouTube and you guys can go watch them later tonight. And they found that there was a public benefit to allowing sidewalk dining, which is, I think, behind the genesis of this ordinance. And that they felt like a nominal fee was worth it. They did, Larkspur wanted to discourage the use of parklets, so they were charging more for that. And I have a question, maybe you guys can discuss this. The town council has an encroachment policy. I don't know if you guys reviewed that. It wasn't mentioned in the staff report. And at the beginning of the encroachment chapter in the municipal code, it says this, the code will be implemented in accordance with the encroachment policy. I'm just curious how that fits in because this is encroachment. That's what you guys are talking about. And the other question I had was in the encroachment ordinance, the town council reserved for itself the right to review. There's like one clause and it says something about garages, carports, and encroachments of a significant nature. And I'm just curious what the interpretation, maybe it's a question for the town attorney, but what the interpretation of that is significant. Anyways, thanks.
Thank you very much. Any further public comment? I am seeing none. I bring it back to the council. Is the council interested? Because I don't quite understand Parker's question to having the attorney try to address it.
Let me ask Bob to address the first part of the question, and if you need more clarity, I'm happy to respond.
So the regulations related to the issuance of encroachment permits are in the municipal code in chapter 19. And so this ordinance will refer to those and essentially refer to that process. There is in that ordinance a provision for the council to issue most encroachment permits, but there is a provision that more minor encroachment permits can be issued by staff. And the fact that we now have a separate chapter dealing specifically with sidewalk dining, creating regulations the council's approved, in our opinion, means that then becomes a staff delegated responsibility.
And that's certainly the intent of the ordinance. We've talked about internally, at some point, we're going to have to take all of our ordinances forward to harmonize them. But that's the intent of this ordinance, is to have this streamlined process go forward where the town council doesn't have to approve every single.
Yeah, it's just a more specific
Correct.
case. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have an unrelated question to ask. This ordinance does not set the fees for use of the public right of way. Is that an issue that'll come before? How will that be handled? What's the process?
As part of the staff report, we're asking council to provide staff direction on that matter. And if council chose to direct us to come back with some type of fee schedule, we would, the town council by resolution passes sets a number of fees in the town, and we would have to amend that fee resolution to include any fees council would choose to apply to this program. So that would be a separate matter we would bring back in a separate.
So that is
agenda.
the amount of, if should we choose to ask for fees is not going to be decided tonight.
If I may, though, let me just add a caveat
There's
to
a
that.
section on
Let me just,
fees.
so there is a section in the draft ordinance that requires a fee, and then the amount will be decided at a later date through a resolution amending our master fee schedule. So I think the first threshold question before you move the ordinance forward is whether you want a fee at all. If the answer is no, we should delete that section.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, so I bring it back now for a discussion, and I think our vice mayor is ready to go.
I am ready to go. Okay, so I have some things I wanted to say and also some specific amendments. I've made it clear that I do not believe we should be charging any fees. I do believe, like the gentleman stated, it is a public benefit, and our businesses have been operating with the outdoor dining already. So to impose a fee now would be something that is retroactive and would not give them the opportunity to decide whether they wanted to incur the fee to utilize the outdoor dining. So I would, I'm going to be making a motion, but I would recommend, I would like to see us delete on page 9 of 10 and the attachment, the ordinance, delete a 19B-3 fees. In addition, you know, when I think about the safety barrier issue, as everyone knows, I wrote a pedestrian, bicycle, and automobile safety plan. I spent a year doing that on the Parks, Open Space, and Trails Commission. I am very dedicated to safety, but we have not had one person fall from a table on Main Street that I know about or that the town knows about. This is not required by any code section. I do believe the barriers that are proposed are not really in line with what our outdoor dining looks like in Tiburon, or even what Main Street looks like. And to have, 10 feet of barrier here that's steel and 10 there, it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. I did have an idea under safety. If we go to page 8 of 10, I wanted to change number 5 to just safety and have it say that the restaurants shall ensure the safety of all outdoor diners. And what that would do, what's good about that is that it would allow our restaurants to, let's say maybe they want to use like what's used in a theater, the little, I don't know, gold poles with a red, I don't know what you call it. Help me, someone, the red, what? Thank you. The rope. Yes, the red rope, or something that also matches the design of the restaurant. I would like to see us let our businesses determine how they will keep their patrons safe. Now, there is an indemnification clause. If anything happens, it's, the town would be indemnified. It's also something that could be revisited in a few, years, assuming we would need to revisit it. I also think it's applying to businesses differently, which is not really fair. And I do see a fairness issue here, and it's not the business's fault that the width of the sidewalk is different in one place versus another. So I'm hopeful that, ensuring safety in the way that this amendment would do would kind of take care of that. The other concern that I have are having the town dictate, what the sidewalk dining looks like of existing businesses that have sidewalk dining. Each business has different amounts of resources. And so in the section on page 8B, appearance, you know, I would modify that just to say fixtures associated with the sidewalk dining area should be compatible with the character of the business. Because for us to apply a design standard to one business that has a very different design and then try to apply that to the same, to another business with a different design standard would not be fair. And I would hate to see us going out and requiring our business owners to incur costs when they're already set up for outdoor dining. And I think that, you know, a lot of our, you know, our businesses are very conscious of appearance and how things look. Those would be some of my probably major comments. I might have more as the discussion goes on, but I do have those comments and suggested amendments.
So.
I have
go-
some comments too, but
I just have one about about liability and then indemnity.
Yeah.
Are we requiring, because I didn't see it in here, we're not suggesting or requiring a minimum amount for that sidewalk area, are we? Because I think that's something where I know Strawberry Recreation has got a slip and fall case. There, you know, these things happen. And I think it's important to make sure that the town is covered and the restaurants understand what they need to carry in terms of insurance.
So if my memory is correct, we can definitely confirm this. The encroachment section, which this interacts with, because you have to still get the encroachment permit, which has the indemnity in it, requires insurance, and it's at the level acceptable to the town attorney.
Okay.
Were there
Okay.
more comments here?
yeah, I have some comments and they're not, I don't. Normally I like to have kind of fully formed conclusions before I speak, but there are a couple of reactions that I have to what I've heard. I'm not a big fan of the barriers solution with regard to I don't know, you know, tables or chairs or whatever is being set up are closer than 2 feet. Particularly when you know, the idea that the town is dictating exactly what the barrier is kind of disturbing to me. On the other hand, I do think that the logic that no one has fallen yet is absurd. I just have to say, I mean, if there's a hazard, we owe it to the public to protect them from it. We don't have to wait until someone's injured in order to recognize that having a chair on the curb is a dangerous thing to do. I think, you know, we've got a very passionate letter from Connor about safety issues. I think many people care about them. And this kind of, it's just so interesting, this kind of laissez-faire approach, like let the businesses determine their own safety requirements, to me doesn't make sense. I think we need to ensure that what we're permitting is safe. I don't know that you've heard much positive from the council about the barrier solution. One possibility would be simply to require the 2 feet everywhere. That is unfortunately would have a disproportionate impact on 2 businesses. So I guess I'd want to hear from them about whether or not that's something that they could accommodate. But you know, I think to allow sidewalk dining, which I think is lovely, is something that the town should do. But I also think that ensuring safety is a bedrock requirement of the town. And, you know, we have to ensure that sidewalks have the 4 feet of space to allow people to pass. But it all seems great until someone gets injured, and then people ask the question, why didn't the town do anything?
So I want to clarify my comments because I was not saying that we should not care about safety. I was not saying that we should wait for someone to fall before we make decisions on safety, but we trust our businesses every day of the week to make sure that our residents are safe. We don't dictate what goes on to the point of, telling them what kind of barrier to put in. So I'm not saying there should be nothing. What I'm saying is that there's alternatives to what I think is the very ugly steel metal that's going to be like 15 feet and then there's going to be nothing and then 15 feet and then nothing. So I want to make it very clear to the public and to everyone here that I am very concerned about safety, and saying that no one has fallen yet was my way of saying that, we need that our businesses are actually doing a good job of ensuring safety. And I think that our businesses should be determining how they are going to keep patrons safe. And I also think that there's alternatives to the black metal steel barrier that is haphazardly put in front of two businesses in Tiburon. In addition, our businesses have been operating for 3 years with outdoor dining and there hasn't been anything happening.
So let me weigh in on this. I agree with John. There needs to be some definitive safety in the long term. And the idea of having something that looks exactly the same all along the street really sort of diffuses what we pride most, which is the diversity of our businesses and their individual identities. The fact that they all don't need the barrier, actually, I consider a benefit. As to a 3-foot rail fence made of whatever, I really have no opinion of that. But I do think we need the barrier. I do think the fact that it's not needed by every restaurant is really a benefit. The alternative that was spoken of briefly was having the individual businesses determine what it should look like. But basically, this is town property. I think there should be a town standard, whether it should be the metal rails or not. I really am agnostic. With respect to the fees, I see a median position where we don't impose a fee for now, recognizing that our businesses are recovering, but we reserve the right to actually charge the fees. It is a town right of way. It is a property and something of value to the public at large. In any case, I think those are all the considerations I have that may be different from what the staff has offered.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm just in a weird spot on this one, sorry. I don't love the barriers. So I'm thinking, and what I don't love is the possibility that barriers will end up everywhere and randomly, and it would be strange. I almost feel like if we require something, or we're giving the business owners an option, right? We're saying you can either put in this barrier or you can move your tables to the other side of the sidewalk. And I feel like we need to give them that option in a way that makes them move their tables closer to the building, because the other alternative is less interesting.
Right, so that would be not having the barrier option, but just requiring it to be 2 feet away from the.
But we could preserve the option and just say, I mean, they would have, it's a cost they'd have to incur, right? That if they wanted to install a barrier, they could avoid the cost by moving the tables, right?
Well, I would also
that's their
say
current
that if the town requires barriers on town property, we should be paying for that cost.
I hear you. Honestly, that's where I came in, but
Yeah.
now I'm like, I kind of like the incentivization to move the tables away from the edge, just because.
But then you're moving pedestrians towards the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at least,
I mean,
they're mobile and they're not, they're moving through space, and so therefore they're sort of more aware of their surroundings. Like John, I'm sort of thinking through this as I'm trying to reach a conclusion. With respect to the fees, sorry, can I?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
philosophically, I like fees, in that, you know, that their restaurants are using a public benefit. And I agree that there were special circumstances that it would have been, irrational to charge the fees beforehand. But I think if we introduced a really modest fee, we could even phase it in over a couple of years, just because, you know, again, this is about sort of the ordinance, you know, we're passing it today, but it's for the future. So 5 years from now, you know, new restaurants will have to acknowledge that that would be a cost to doing business and expanding to the sidewalk. So philosophically, I think fees sort of set you up on the right framework going forward. I don't need to see them today, and I don't need them to be usurious. I just think it's even getting people to think about it, like you sort of acknowledging the true costs of doing business. You know, if we're the lowest one in Marin, that's fine with me, but just the idea that they're there, I think is probably the right way to go eventually. I'm really torn about these barriers. I wish we had heard from the businesses.
Could I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
So I think there are a few items there are a few parts of this amendment that seem a little like slightly problematic in terms of accepting the entire ordinance, at least to me, and it sounds like maybe to a few others. Would we consider tonight, rather than making a permanent change, to doing a pilot of a version of this, rather than making a permanent change and saying barriers, no barriers, this or that? There's something that's already happening. It sounds like it's helping the businesses, which is great. I think we all want that. But would we consider doing a pilot and then potentially revisiting at some period of time?
John?
So,
because it's possible.
I'm setting aside the pilot issue for a second. I guess my feeling is there are enough issues here that I don't think we're ready to pass it, even with amendments from the floor. You know, because I don't think we have consensus on what to do about the barrier issue. And maybe we need some more thought from staff or others regarding what to do in those two circumstances.
Well, I'm wondering, is there a version of this that we all sort of agree on and think is a good idea to move forward on, and that potentially is a pilot version, versus this potentially taking another meeting or 2 or 3 to come to some sort of consensus?
Part of the issue is that people are making, I presume people are going to be getting permits for some period of time. And I guess we could make the permits really short, but generally what people ask for is some degree of certainty over time. So if you're going to give people the right to do something, they want to have it, you know, for a reasonable period. I don't think we're going to learn anything in 3 months that's going to be substantially different from what we already know.
And I would like to point out that while it's really nice to have consensus, all we really need is a majority. And maybe what we ought to do is take the issues that we can't have a consensus on one by one, like who will decide whether a barrier is needed, and how the amendments will reflect that, on who will pay for the barriers. That's another issue. Usually when you lease property, you do negotiate whether the landlord or the lessee is going to pay for the improvements. We can make that decision. And what is the other? The fees, the barrier,
And the appearance was the 3.
and the
It's related.
aspects of the barrier. Yeah.
So
Have we had,
had
have
some.
we done public comment?
Yes, and it was overwhelming. Did you miss it?
It was like
No,
not there.
was.
Yeah.
We got a lot of email.
There were a lot of letters, yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to talk a little bit, you know, about where we're at and where we've been. And, you know, we had the pandemic, right? Businesses were closed. A lot of our businesses suffered. And, you know, our goal as a town council is really to encourage business here in Tiburon. And we got a room full of business owners and we're talking about fees and barriers and all these things that they have to pay for. And I'm feeling really uncomfortable right now because, you know, I think there are ways to ensure the public safety without incurring huge costs or mandating specific things. I think also, you know, the pilot's a good idea. The only issue is that, you know, businesses want certainty. They want to know what they're going to have to do. And I don't know if anyone has fixed, I can't remember if any of the tables are fixed or bolted down. Then you got to move them back. You know, I think that, you know, we might have some consensus except for the barriers. So I'm thinking I might try to make a motion and see if we can vote on it. So.
Okay, why don't we start though? My suggestion is a motion on whether we should keep the authority to impose fees with direction to start at a reasonable level.
Okay, so I move that we do not have fees and that in the draft resolution, we delete on page 9 of 10, we delete section 19B-3 fees.
Can we move on amendments before resolutions on the floor?
Let me back up. So we have an ordinance, potential first reading of an ordinance before you tonight. I think what I'd prefer to do, given we need to understand where the council's consensus lies before we introduce the ordinance, is to do a series of straw votes rather than formal motions.
Okay.
To understand the division. So I think Councilmember Thier had a couple of ideas that she wants to see if
Okay.
there's a consensus. And then once we have that figured out, we can actually move for a first reading possibly with adding
Okay.
the language to reflect those thoughts.
So is this, are the straw, can you explain that? Are the straw votes on the issues of contention first or on the whole?
It's just issues of contention.
It's really your suggestion.
Yes,
To-
okay.
Also,
Okay.
do you have any inclination to reopen public comment so we can hear more about the barriers? Because really the public comment we got was all about the kiosks and we got one letter that addressed the barriers. But I would be curious to hear, now that they've heard what we've talked about, if there was more feedback on the barriers, if you're so inclined.
Of course, I'm always willing to reopen
And-
public comment if the council.
Could it be on anything that we've discussed?
Of course.
But if you focus on fees and barriers, which is where we're hung up, or anything else, that'd be great.
Council members, I'm John Hoffman. I'm one of the partners at ANC Ventures. I know most of you. Thank you for hearing my comments. Bob Brown, thank you for doing a report. So, you know, on the barrier issue, I think we submitted a letter. And hopefully it was very clear that we are 100% in line with safety. And I get it. It's like, you know, we've been open for 3 years, two or 3 years, and we haven't had any issues. But there will be an issue at some point. And hopefully it's not at our business, but somebody's going to trip off a curb or whatever. But the barriers, I don't think they need to be 3 feet high. I mean, really all you're trying to do is block a chair from going into the street, you know? So it doesn't need to really be obtrusive. So, you know, and with regard to, you know, who should pay for this, you know, Vice Mayor Thier, thank you. You know, we've struggled and we've put a lot of money into this town, and the businesses are breaking even or not. And, you know, we don't want to be digging into curbs and, you know, town property. And I would think that hopefully this isn't a very expensive endeavor, but, you know, if we kept it, you know, low, I don't think it would make a big difference on the character of Main Street. You know, and I was just thinking about literally while I was sitting here, I was, you know, I don't think we need to have these big fences, It's just, and then the issue is if we do put the chairs against, or the tables against the buildings, I spend a lot of time on Main Street and I see people, walking down with their strollers or dogs or whatever. And there are people who are driving down the street, whether it's a car or a bike, well over 30 miles an hour. And you're just like, somebody's gonna, if they're next to the curb, they could fall in the street. So it's almost like a barrier if we're there. So anyway, I don't want to belabor your time, but those are the only comments I have. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Any questions?
That's helpful, thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
That was very helpful. Are there any further comments?
I would just note that I appreciate all those comments. I would just note that I'm no safety expert, but if you get too low, it's going to be a tripping hazard. So you have to be high enough so that people don't trip over it, but low enough so that it's not obtrusive. Well, what the consensus is of people who do this, but
Hi, everybody. My name's Kelly Barrett. I'm the general manager of Squalo Vino.
relevant.
Huh?
Very relevant to what we're talking
Yes, very relevant. So I was part of the opening team for Squalo Vino 2.5 years ago. We serve a lot of people outdoors. It's a major part of our business. I've seen all of you downtown and you all know that. And I think the public would say that it's a major attraction to town to be able to sit outdoors right in the middle of Main Street, people watching, enjoying the glass of nice wine. So I think myself and the staff who work there, and I'm sure I can speak for Caviar Company as well, to say we are all very cognizant of the placement of the chairs and the safety of our customers. We're always looking at that kind of thing and making sure that our guests have a nice time and are also maintaining safety while doing so. So we are open to the barrier suggestion, but I am also aware that the design might not be ideal for downtown. Something that we do get a lot of positive feedback on at Squalo Vino is our planters in the front with succulents. So maybe that's something that we want to address too, some sort of a planter if somebody wants to do that. I know Paulina at Salt and Pepper uses planters as well. So that could be another idea, but I also just want to reiterate that this is a huge part of our business and bringing it towards the business would have a hindrance on that. So.
and 2 feet is too much for you.
2 feet inside would be too much because it would cut into the 48-inch clearance for ADA. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very helpful.
Thank you. Is there any further helpful comment? All right, we haven't dodged it yet, folks. Let's bring it back.
So we have the straw poll vote. And I would like to recommend in the straw poll vote that we delete section 19B-3 fees on page 9 of 10 of the draft ordinance. So now we take a straw poll.
All right, so is a straw vote, call the roll?
You can just say, whatever's easier for you, Mayor. We can either do a roll call or we can just do all in favor.
Well, I would say since we don't have consensus, we might want to do roll call.
Councilmember Nick Farr.
This is on the whole thing and deleting fees, or we're
This is
talking about
just
just
on
deleting,
just-
just
just
deleting
deleting
fees?
If this
Just
were to pass,
deleting
what would you
fees.
do on fees? Just the question.
Would you like us to come back to you?
Yes, delete fees.
Yes, delete
Yeah.
fees.
Councilmember Ryan.
I would not delete the fees.
Councilmember Wellner.
No, I wouldn't delete the fees.
Vice Mayor Thier.
Yes, yes.
And
Um,
Mayor Frederick.
No. And that is, just to remind folks that the amount of fees will come back to us for determination later.
And
And-
the fees were for linear storefront, not
Oh,
square
square
foot of the entire patio
Yeah,
or
square foot.
sidewalk area.
It would be the
foot use.
square foot of the space utilized on the sidewalk, so it would be the area where the chairs are located and any other improvements.
Okay.
Actually, oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, the calculation back in the napkin would be the area in front of the store minus the 48 inches times linear storefront.
Again, each case would be, different, and it would be the area that the applicant proposes to have improvements in.
And let me just clarify, the issue right now is, do you want to have a fee? The methodology and the amount, that'll come back to you at a later date.
Yeah, but you also have to have an eye towards it. If you don't know how you're going to charge, or there's no methodology ahead of time.
The staff report goes into several methodologies. You'd still have to come up with one of those options later.
And I wanted to pick up on one thing that Councilmember Ryan said that I think is something that perhaps we might be able to get consensus around, is some kind of a very nominal fee. And when this comes back to council,
I think that's what everyone's thinking.
I would
just want the
look at
structure there
something,
so that
let
it
me,
could
let me
be-
finish. I would look at something, like $100 per business, but not tied to square footage, some nominal fee.
Well, we can discuss that when it comes before council. I'm sure there are alternative ways to address this. And I would like to remind my colleague, council member Nick Farr, that if it weren't for the fact that some decisions are difficult, they wouldn't need us. Yes. All right, let's move on to the second issue that we have to develop some policy on, which is barriers. And I think there are two issues here. One is who pays for them, and the other is actually there are three, whether we should leave it to the businesses to determine whether safety requires them, who will decide the design standard, and who will pay for it.
If I may, there's even a fourth one, which is, do we allow them or not?
Right.
You mean we would prohibit
Yeah.
safety
yeah.
barriers?
Yeah, I think some members of the town council would prohibit
Okay.
barriers.
All right. So how do we do this? One by one?
I'd like to introduce the language that I said before, which is in this section 5, that restaurants shall ensure the safety of all outdoor diners.
So is that to include the 3 or 4 issues we just discussed?
So,
Or
yeah,
just an
essentially-
overall?
I think we need to take them piece by piece,
Okay,
right?
but let's start with, yeah,
Okay.
that's a good
But,
idea.
but what you're suggesting is more than just a statement that they'll ensure safety. It's eliminating the barrier requirement and replacing it with this general statement that they will ensure safety.
Right, it would
Okay,
be
so that-
called safety, that restaurants shall ensure the safety of all outdoor diners.
And that the barrier requirement is removed.
It's not, it's an amendment. It would be an amendment to this actual, that they would have to come up with something that ensures safety.
Right.
I'm
Vice
just
Mayor,
trying to
I'm-
clarify if you mean to eliminate the barrier requirement or not with your amendment.
Well, the restaurants would have to do something to ensure safety, whether, I think that, Mr. Hoffman brought up a great idea, which is planters, something that is a little, oh, I'm sorry, it was not, it was you, so sorry. It was our general manager of Squalo Vino brought up planters as a barrier, that some restaurants are using planters. So, part of my concern is that we want to ensure public safety, of course, but how do we do that in, the most beautiful way we can? It's not going to be iron, 3 feet barriers. And so if we give the discretion to our residents, to our restaurants, that would allow us to for them to come up with some creative ideas.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I guess I just want to clarify. So by making the amendment that you're suggesting, barriers would no longer be required. And there's no criteria by which the town wouldn't have the authority to decide if they did adequate safety or not. It would just be an exhortation.
Well, no, the town does have review authority through this ordinance.
No, not if you take away a statement that they shall be responsible for safety provides no criteria by which and no authority for the town to reject a permit based on.
I think
Well-
as much as I love the lawyer on lawyer action, I think we should just sort of make a call here on whether we want to do what Councilmember Thier is suggesting or not.
Okay, and that is to eliminate the barrier requirement and put in a statement that the businesses should take care of safety.
And if I may, it also impacts section 3 right above, because that's also the requirement for the barrier comes in section 3. And then talks about how to do it in section 5. So I believe Vice Mayor's suggestion would be to eliminate the first 3 sentences of section 3 as well. And just keep the last sentence of section 3. But
And where's the section that says that they can't?
Yeah, I mean,
2
look,
feet?
we're doing a straw vote right now. We're not writing the actual language. So I'd like to have a vote on the language I proposed. And I agree with Isaac. You get a couple lawyers in the room and we'll go back and forth forever. But
I understand. Look, I'm willing to vote on whatever you want to vote on. I just think that without clarity about what we're voting on, it's nonsense and you don't get any value from a straw vote. I mean,
Well, I was gonna just do
is
a
your
motion.
proposal eliminating the 2-foot requirement? So you can build up to the curb, you can have people up to the curb and you don't have to have a barrier.
It's all of the above. It's just a blanket term and saying it's all up to the restaurant.
Okay, it's all to the rest.
and it's not removing setbacks. It's not removing any of the setbacks in the ordinance.
You're,
It's just-
you're, so
it's just
no one
there
could
has-
build
there
within
has-
2 feet?
Okay, so I think we should,
I don't understand. I'm asking for clarity. I don't understand what you're proposing.
yeah.
Are you
So
proposing
what
that-
I'm proposing is that the restaurants have discretion. The restaurants ensure the safety of their patrons as they're doing right now.
Okay.
So
and-
I like the idea. We've heard a lot of different alternatives here. So if the town says we impose a 3-foot steel barrier, our businesses don't have discretion to do anything. They just have to put in this barrier that I mean, it looks pretty unsightly if it's going to be 15 feet here and then it stops. And then another one.
I
and
think
then
we
it
should, I
stops.
think it seems pretty clear what, I'm pretty clear on what you're proposing, Holly.
Say
Okay.
it.
It's, so all this, the setbacks remain, everything that's part of existing policy remains and.
There are no
everything else-
setbacks right now. Right now, there are no setbacks.
No, under section 3, there are minimum setbacks and locations. They're right there.
Their existing encroachment policy, she's not suggesting any additional changes and just leave it up to the restaurants.
Right, so.
If you don't agree, I would.
know, but
just say you could vote no. That's what I'm gonna do.
Is the 2-foot requirement in place under this straw?
Yes,
vote?
it is, because it's still. in
So what
place.
you're proposing is no barriers, but every restaurant has to be at least 2 feet away from the curb.
No, that's not it. That's not what I'm proposing.
Can we do the straw?
I mean, I think we should,
I think we should do the straw vote.
But I too am a little confused. So in the first place, we agree that the businesses should ensure the safety as part of what we're going to vote on. Right? And then what we don't have clarity on is whether there is some minimum requirement of dealing with the 2-foot setback from the curb. Maybe we should just vote on those separately.
If what you're saying is that you're gonna add a phrase that says the businesses are responsible
Okay,
for safety,
no.
that's fine, but
Let's do
the,
that
the
first.
question has always been, is there a barrier requirement and is there a 2-foot requirement?
there is still the minimum setback. If you go to page 8 of 10, just look at the language.
I'm not asking about the language, I'm asking about what you're intending.
Okay, but the language says it clear that there's still a setback, right? Unless a permanent safety barrier of at least.
Okay,
3
so
feet.
what you're proposing is there's a 2-foot setback, there's no barrier requirement, and safety is up to the business.
So I'm not proposing different things with respect to the setback. I'm proposing that instead of dictating to the businesses that it has to be this 3-foot steel thing, that the businesses, the restaurants shall ensure the safety of all outdoor diners. So section 5, instead of safety barriers, it's just going to say safety.
Okay.
And
So
then
they
the
have to be,
restaurant shall ensure the safety of all outdoor diners.
so they have to
That's what it would
be
say.
at least 2 feet from the curb, but if they're not, they don't have to build a barrier. They just have to make sure they do something that makes people safe. That's what you're saying?
I think
I think that's what you said.
saying what I said. I don't want to, yeah.
Okay, we can have a straw vote. I just am gonna vote against it because I don't understand it.
Okay.
Yeah,
My straw, whether it's a vote or not, is I'm actually now pro barrier and pro that we pay for it. So thank you for your public comments.
Ready? Councilmember Nick Farr,
No.
Councilmember Ryan,
No, I don't want to remove the language if that's what we're voting on.
okay. Councilmember Wellner,
No.
Vice Mayor Thier,
Yes.
Mayor Fredericks.
I don't really understand what we're doing, so I'm voting no.
Okay, so what I suggest is, why don't we vote on the barrier issue and the 2-foot issue just separately?
Okay, I have a suggestion for the barrier issue.
Okay.
I like the idea of it being non-permanent. I like Ms. Barrett's idea of planters. I think that's consistent with the look of Main Street. I think if you look at what Acree has done, that's planters. It's non-permanent. I'm not saying we're legislating or policy-wise putting planters in here, but I think a non-permanent barrier to me is more more in line than a permanent barrier.
Okay, and I don't mean to be difficult, but the cases we're looking at are Squalo Vino and Caviar. And in both of those cases, moving 2 feet from the curb doesn't work for them. So how thin is this planter going to be that it doesn't take up 2 feet? I mean, you can't replace a fence with a barrier in order to save people from moving 2 feet, or with a planter in order to say that it's not going to be 2 feet.
But
John, I don't have any dimensions for what's in front of Squalo Vino or anything I've asked.
No,
There are no dimensions given to us. So
We were
I
just-
don't know. I
we
don't
were
know
just
what, I don't know
told
what,
by Squalo Vino
John,
that-
I don't know what a 1-foot planter or a 6-inch planter or an 8-inch planter would do to the footprint in front, because we don't have that information.
Can
But
I
what-
just interrupt here because we're going around in circles? I am sensing that what we agree on, or may agree on, or may at least have a majority agreeing on, is that rather than the town imposing exactly what it should look like, we should deal with safety issues like whether a chair is going over the edge of a curb, by letting the businesses ensure the safety of the right?
I don't agree with that, but
And you don't agree
Okay,
with that?
but I agree.
That was what Councilmember Thier just proposed.
That's what I
Yes,
just
and
proposed.
I know, no, I'm not trying to take credit.
No,
I'm
you
trying to
take credit.
clarify.
But if you believe that, then, you
No,
know.
I'm clarifying what we're talking about because we don't
Okay,
seem to be
so I
clear.
think we're getting really stuck here. I also really, I do like, Councilmember Nick Farr's idea. Councilmember Nick Farr has a great idea. And his idea is that, you know, something that's a non-permanent barrier, right? So that if, let's say the business moves, right? We don't want to have a big barrier out in front of something and it may change. It may not be a restaurant anymore. And then you got a big barrier in front of a store. We don't want that, right? And then he had this idea of planters. Now, we don't know any dimensions. So I know, John, you know, as a former planning commissioner member, like it's frustrating as, you know what, not to have the dimensions and not be able to see it. But, you know, is there a way that we could pass this, right? And get consensus on the council? And maybe that way is that we say, we kind of specify, you know, that, okay, you know, there's some kind of a barrier, right, that protects public safety. My fellow council members are not, you know, I got voted 4-1 yeah, 4-1, I can still count. That doesn't ever happen. So what I would say is that there's not consensus that we, let the rest, just say to the restaurants, hey, you guys, tell us what you think is safe and do it. So what if we said a non-permanent, barrier? And then we had, just like a little sign off, not discretionary review, not anything like that. But, just a little sign off from our safety officer.
So in section B3, we could literally just cross out the word permanent, where it says from a street curb unless a permanent safety barrier of 3 feet in height is authorized and installed. Like,
Well, the 3 foot tall, right? We would
We-
want to take that out.
We have no technical idea of whether a temporary barrier, what that would be, that would, I mean, the only reason that a fence barrier works is because it's permanently affixed to the ground. Anything that's going to be temporary has to be fat in order to stay in place, and that's going to cover the 2 feet.
But the glory of one of the former suggestions is a lesson in punting responsibility by voting on whether we want to leave it up to the business's discretion to ensure safety.
And what is the town's role in reviewing the business's proposals? If you take the discretion away from staff, then that's basically not a regulation. It's just saying, please make sure people are safe.
Yeah, but
Yes.
normally that is the way things are done. There's an indemnification clause, right? Businesses operate all the time and they ensure safety. So look, if I put my people on, let's say, let's just say, for example, you put someone on a construction site, you're ensuring their safety.
That's true, but what's so
the
interesting
city's
about
not.
your position is that, I mean, there's a code book this fat of rules that people have to follow in order to make sure that things are safe. I mean, yes, there's a lot of discretion as well, but
Okay, and in that code book, guess what? This situation isn't even mandated. We are going above and beyond to ensure our residents' safety, as we should be, but we are not complying with a specific rule or regulation. We just had a good idea from our consultant who, I guess, saw someone fall off of a chair on a curb. So, I think that whatever we can do that is sort of, I think that I really like the idea of a non-permanent barrier. I do like the idea of, I don't know if it's planters, but I have seen those really thin things that look like planters that somebody could not fall over. So, I think that's kind of a good idea. I do think, maybe we should do a straw poll on that. Does everyone want to do that?
on
On
requiring
Isaac's
planners.
idea? Well, no, on Isaac's idea of a non-permanent barrier.
yeah, I would.
Height to be determined.
Okay, and so just to be clear, like part of the reason that resonates with me is I don't think we all have some perception of safety, and I think it is still to be determined what degree of safety, because I agree with you, a 3 foot tall bolted in barrier is much more substantial than a paper bunting. That said, if you had a paper bunting behind you and you were drinking and you're like scooching back and all of a sudden you hit it, you're like, oh, I'm gonna move forward. So there is not a zero safety value from a non-permanent structure. It's just less substantial than a permanent structure. And similarly, from the other side, that railing that we saw isn't gonna protect you from delivery truck coming over the curb and crashing into the tables. So like, I don't wanna take it to either extreme. I just wanna get something that helps people be safe and that gets me home before midnight. No, I'm just kidding. But I could go with non-permanent for sure.
Okay, so let's, how about, the restaurants shall ensure safety of all outdoor diners by installing a non-permanent barrier behind the tables. Oh, wait, our mayor has language. Go ahead.
It's exactly what you just said.
Oh, my God.
I know.
That's amazing. I love you.
It's just two of us. It's not a consensus.
All right, well,
Go ahead.
how about a straw poll on that?
Councilmember Nick Farr,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes, but I would just delete the permanent and not say non-permanent in case they wanted to put a more permanent barrier in. But that would,
Appropriate, how about appropriate barrier?
that would be me.
Councilmember Wellner,
No.
Vice Mayor Thier,
Yes.
and Mayor Fredericks.
Yes. All right, and so what have we, where are we on fees? I have,
That was already voted down.
So now the,
These were
no.
voted up. Yeah, he's saying the elimination of fees was voted down.
yeah, mine was voted down. Okay, so I think now,
So this is, will come back to us?
I just had one more thing on the
Oh,
fixtures
okay.
quickly, which I hope we have consensus on. Fixtures associated with the sidewalk dining area shall be compatible with the character of the business. And that would be B1. That is just a minor,
So do you want the town determining that?
Who determines it? Yeah.
I think the business determines it.
Right, so it doesn't need to be in there.
Well, I think,
The way the
If the
code-
business is deciding for itself what it should have, it doesn't need to be in the ordinance.
Under 19B1B, it says the community development director shall have the authority to approve the temporary use of the public right of way for sidewalk dining through the issuance of these requirements.
yeah, I understand that.
So I think the planning commission's intent that we put into the council version was to have a community development director make that determination.
Right, I understand that. I was deleting that. I was deleting all of that. And the reason is that we already have existing businesses that are already using outdoor dining. We also have very different budgets. Every restaurant has a different budget. And I think everything looks very, very good out there. And I think that the appearance should really be compatible with the character of the business. This says the adjacent business, which would be the business next door. That also bothered me. So it's just a simple, amendment.
You know, the problem is that what was originally suggested by staff is not particularly compatible with anything. So the issue is, what is compatibility? We certainly wouldn't let the lesser of the business who leases a property just do anything with respect to the design of it. I don't know why we would do that with a barrier.
Right, it's basically, do you want to have design review or not?
Yeah.
And you're saying you don't want design review.
Well, I think it says.
I'm
it's-
saying that we have
it's
all of
fast.
these existing businesses that are already operating with their furniture. And, we could either grandfather everyone in, and make this just applicable to new businesses. But to do design review on already existing businesses would then potentially be taking away something from an existing business. Now I don't think our director of community development would do that, but it does, let's say there's a change in that position and someone comes in and says, I don't like green tables, and a business invested, $10,000 to $20,000 in green tables.
I think the only thing that provision requires design review of is the barrier.
Yeah, we're just
No,
talking about
it
the
does
barrier.
not. We're not talking about the barrier. I've gone to section B1, appearance. And that says fixtures associated with the sidewalk dining area. That applies to all fixtures. It's not just applicable to the barrier.
Okay,
it would
I mean,
apply-
fixtures are
It would apply
affixed to the
barrier.
ground as opposed to tables and chairs, but
Well, some tables and chairs might be fixed to the
Fixed to the ground.
ground. So, again, I don't want to see our existing businesses penalized. They've been operating for years with this equipment. So it's just a minor amendment.
Would that tables being affixed to the ground on town property, is that allowed?
Yeah,
I
Bob,
don't
you can
believe
correct me if I'm
that's-
wrong, but don't we specify that tables and chairs cannot be affixed to the?
So can we get a definition of fixtures?
Let me look.
I mean, if that's the definition of fixtures, then we would properly delete that section. Because it would only apply to the barriers, which now we said are not permanent, so they're not a fixture.
So let's tease this out. First, we're talking about the existing fixtures and you're suggesting we them in.
Well, not if our town attorney determines that this section is only applicable to barriers, then no, we would just delete the whole section and we don't have to worry about grandfathering anything in.
Well, and if we determine that no fixtures are allowed because nothing's ever bolted to the sidewalk, then
We
we
don't
also
need
would
it.
eliminate the section.
Exactly, we don't need it. Because there isn't a fixture.
So the town attorney would like to help us.
I don't know if I'll be able to help.
The
four
town
lawyers
attorney
up
is
there, but Let me
flummoxed.
give it a shot. Let me first start off that B1 was not staff's provision. That was what the planning commission put in there to be consistent with design review. So I think staff's, if the council is not interested in having permanent barriers, B1 would just drop out. I will say, under B3 and B5, Bob and I have been talking about, you might want to just get rid of the word permanent and leave it up to the business of whether they want something
That's what Jack said.
non-permanent or a fence. If they like the idea of a fence, they can still have it, a fixture. And then you're gonna have to deal with the issue of fixtures because
That's nothing permanent is what I had proposed.
That was his
Okay.
motion that we,
So nothing could be permanent.
right,
not even a fence.
No.
no.
Just velvet ropes.
All right, but
Planters.
I have
thin-
more
thin
fun.
planters, John.
I have more fun. What does permanent mean? Does it mean?
Alice. Stop.
No.
It means a fixture.
Permanent means you can't move it, that I can't take
It's
it and
bolted to
stick
the
it in my
ground.
trunk. That's what it means.
Fixed.
That's your legal definition. yeah.
Fixed.
Okay, so I think then we just delete that section. B1 gets deleted. Is that correct?
Well,
Based on the town attorney's interpretation?
If you don't want to have, the businesses have the option of having a fence bolted in, then yes.
Okay. It's gone.
Because as you recall, in the staff report, which is, I think it's already occurring, there are times when the town is going to be steam cleaning or pressure washing the sidewalk, and we expect the tables and chairs to be removed. So there's an expectation already in the existing encroachment agreements that they not be permanent.
Okay.
Right, so we don't want dirty fences that we can't move. Okay, good.
All right, okay, so shall we just vote on your motion, or make a motion to delete B1?
I don't think we need a motion on that one.
well,
Yeah,
Ben, so you suggested that we have a number of straw votes to determine where the consensus is. And then was your suggestion that you rework the ordinance to be consistent with those, or do you want the amendments to be offered
So-
tonight and voted on?
Bob and I are preparing, we might need a few minutes, maybe a few minute break to actually come up with the language based on the straw votes, but I think we could move forward with the first reading tonight if we have the opportunity to make sure our notes are correct. But if you want to continue it to the next meeting, that's also the option.
I
with
think
these
we have
changes.
a lot of people here. I think if it's going to be a few minutes, we should try to get it
We
voted on.
should, I agree. And I hate to do this, but back up again. Where were we in the deletions? Did we reach the place where the businesses ensure the safety by constructing appropriate barriers?
Mhm.
That was,
Is that
Yes,
part,
yes.
We
that's
did that.
there? Okay. And then we're deleting, no, we're deleting paragraphs that will leave us with no ability to bolt in the barriers, no permanent fixtures.
Right, and they're trying to clean up the language.
And
this-
what, is there anything else, any other direction that staff sees? Or any council member sees as needed?
We have direction. We probably should take a recess for a few minutes while we work up the language.
I would like to call a recess to this meeting, and how much do you need? 10 minutes? We might reconvene in 10 minutes.
I want
Folks, let's take our seats
Yeah.
or stands.
When people find out they can all over this.
Okay. And we voted on the keys. Yeah. All right, I'd like to call this meeting of the town council to order again. And perhaps we should start with the staff reading what they understood the revisions to the amendments to be.
Okay, let me take a crack at this. First off, and universally, I think the town attorney and I are suggesting that we do a word search and replace to change the term fixtures to furnishings. If that's all right, just again, to make sure that we're talking about things that are temporary and not installed.
Actually, that wasn't what I was talking about at all. So,
Well, that was just one, I have other edits.
okay, but are you talking with respect to appearance?
I mean, throughout the whole ordinance, changing the
Okay.
term
Okay,
fixtures and
I'll
replacing
let
it
you
with
finish before
furnishings.
I.
Okay. All right, and in terms of actual amendments, if you would turn to page 8 of the ordinance, as the council's already stated, B1 appearance would be removed entirely. And then number 3 would be changed to state minimum setbacks and location. All furnishings and fixtures associated with the sidewalk dining area, including but not limited to seating, tables, umbrellas, heaters, planters, barriers, and dining service equipment, shall maintain a minimum setback of 2 feet from a street curb unless a non-permanent safety barrier, currently have in there at least 3 feet in height, is placed, not installed, but placed between the furnishings and the street curb.
So
Then, then starting a new sentence,
before you continue.
Okay.
While you're talking about, I think it's important for us to chime in as you're at those places. So you said furnishings and fixtures, so you're saying you'd get rid of the fixtures word there, right?
Say furnishings throughout.
Could you reread what you said then?
So number 3, minimum setbacks and location. All furnishings associated with the sidewalk dining area, including but not limited to seating, tables, umbrellas, heaters, planters, barriers, and dining service equipment, shall maintain a minimum setback of 2 feet from a street curb unless a non-permanent safety barrier of at least 3 feet in height is placed between the furnishings and the street curb.
Can we revisit the idea of the 3 feet in height?
Yeah, I don't, that was
I
not
think-
in
I
what
think
we
what
proposed.
I think what the council was discussing was eliminating the 3 feet and instead inserting the word appropriate.
Yes, that is what we said.
Right.
Okay, again, the intent here was to be as ministerial as possible and not
I understand.
not creating a tripping.
I'm not
hazard.
saying I agree with it, but you can't edit what the council said. The council said appropriate.
All right, safety barrier of
Oh,
appropriate
All right,
height.
but we could
change it now.
No,
We
but
could
that's
change
different.
it now and the effect of it is simply to make it something that is not discretionary.
Well, if you want it to be not discretionary, you take out the word appropriate, but that would mean that anything that
That's why
qualified
they
as a
had 3
barrier.
feet. That's why they had 3 feet.
Okay, let's get through the amendments
All right.
and then let's go back. But that wasn't what the council said.
Okay, so a safety barrier of appropriate height is placed between the furnishings.
It wasn't an appropriate, it was an appropriate safety barrier with no discussion of height.
Okay, so a safety barrier
Wow.
A
is
non-permanent.
a safety barrier. You're right.
Appropriate non-permanent
Not-
safety barrier.
Unless a non-permanent safety barrier no height, is placed between the furnishings and the street curb. Then new sentence, the barrier shall meet the design standards specified in section X below. It's going to be.
That was taken
number
out.
4 now.
That part was taken out.
I'm not.
It'd be really helpful to let the consultant go through it because it wasn't taken out.
Okay, but it was
Section
taken
B4
out.
was not taken out. B1 was taken out.
No, but that part below was, okay.
It will be
Go
edited.
It'll be edited.
I'll have it edit for that.
I think we need to discuss it. Why do we-
Section 4 is not barrier, section 5 is barrier, so it looks like a
Right,
typo.
but we're
Looks like a
we're
typo.
eliminating section 1.
It's
So it
sunshades.
becomes number 4. What was number 5
Got
becomes
it.
number 4.
Okay,
Okay, in the original, it was a typo.
Okay.
yeah, there was.
All right. And so then we have the final sentence in section 3 saying all furnishings and fixtures associated with the sidewalk dining shall maintain a minimum setback of 10 feet from any driveway or street intersection and shall not impede bus stops or loading zones adjacent to the street, the sidewalk dining area. Then in section 5, which would become section 4, safety barriers, the edit would be an appropriate safety barrier as required in section 2 shall be placed parallel to and within 6 inches of the edge of curb. And that would be the end, period, of that section.
But we didn't say that.
What the council, we understood was the direction the straw vote was have a non-permanent barrier, keep the setbacks, but allow the restaurant to come up with whatever non-permanent barrier they want if they're coming close to the sidewalk.
So which section 2 are we referring to here?
Oh, I'm sorry, it should be
So
section.
No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the
Should be
original. I'm looking at the original. The original is a typo. It's now section 2,
Yes.
right?
correct.
It
Yes.
was section 3.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So those are the proposed edits.
Okay, again, we did not specify the inches from the curb. We didn't specify that, did we?
I don't think we proposed a change to that.
Okay,
So I think we could propose a change to it.
I don't
But
know,
I
is
don't think we did.
is that a safety standard of some kind?
So I'll just chime in and then I won't say any more about it. But I think that this kind of wordsmithing from the dais makes no sense. And that we should continue the matter, have it worked on, have us think about it. And come back with a more rational approach at our next meeting. So I won't say any more about that, but I think this is a mess.
yeah, I think we actually kind of have consensus. I think this last part was a little messy because we didn't specify exactly what was in or out. But I do think on the rest of it, we did our straw votes. We've spent hours. And a lot of our business owners are here tonight wanting some kind of a resolution. So, I think we're kind of at the 99th, and we only have to go to 100 and we're almost there. So.
All right, so let me say and you're gonna love this, another issue we haven't discussed, which is really what the design standard would be in terms of aesthetic, because you really want to have something that the chamber and the businesses have some consensus and feel for. My awful example, which will never happen, which is what if someone as a barrier constructs a canvas with paintings that are offensive, right? I mean, that is probably not going to happen, but we should have some control over that. So I'm inclined to go with John, even if we need to have a special meeting, to actually have the text that we're considering in front of us.
I mean, it's okay. I'm.
Okay, so we have 2 to go here on the left.
I hate to do this to you guys, but I still have a little concern that the 2 businesses that are affected are very limited in the options they can deploy. And I wonder if we can just identify them as businesses that need the barrier we approve a permanent barrier for those addresses, we pay for it, and we say that anybody else who needs that, it's a new process and they have to come before design review or planning or something, but I worry that all of these things we're doing, when it gets down to those two businesses, they won't have enough room for anything that is appropriate, especially, and I just don't think planners will fit there. That's my worry. I don't know. I just worry about that. And I feel like just putting barriers in front of those two addresses might take care of a lot of heartache. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe you guys were anti-barrier.
I don't have a sense of what the businesses think. Is this something that they're more comfortable with?
Jack,
We don't know.
are you talking about Salt and Pepper and Squall Vino
And the caviar company.
and the cab? So 3 businesses.
That's 3 out of 6.
But well, Salt and Pepper doesn't use, so it would
It's
just be those
Squall.
two would be
Yeah.
Squavino and.
Right, but we're actually going back to where we were before.
I
We did
know.
all the straw polls and I
I know.
So as I'm going back through this, there are sections, which I guess it would be section 5 now, which is landscape planters, which is specifically called out as minimum height being 36 inches. And we're talking about removing that for non-permanent barriers. So we would probably want to revisit that section as well.
So I think it's late and we're all a bit tired, but I think if we could read the amendments one more time, it might add a little clarity. Would you mind reading the amendments one more time?
Okay, so we would in B fixtures, which will now be furnishings, eliminate number 1. And then renumber everything sequentially. So what was number 3 becomes number 2, and it says minimum setbacks and locations. All furnishings associated with the sidewalk dining area, including but not limited to seating, tables, umbrellas, heaters, planters, barriers, and dining service equipment, shall maintain a minimum setback of 2 feet from a street curb unless a non-permanent safety barrier is placed between the furnishings and the street curb. The barrier shall meet the design standards specified in it will be section 4 below. All furnishings and fixtures associated with the sidewalk dining area shall maintain a minimum setback of 10 feet from any driveway or street intersection and shall not impede bus stops or loading zones adjacent to the sidewalk dining area. Then what was section 5, now section 4, safety barriers would read an appropriate barrier as required in section 2 shall be placed parallel to and within 6 inches from edge of curb. Period. And then potentially section 6, which becomes 5 under landscape planters, depending upon the council, you may want to take out the second section, the second sentence that says landscape planters, including planted materials, show a minimum height of 36 inches above the sidewalk surface and a maximum height of 48 inches.
Okay, so I think that's pretty straightforward as to what we said. So maybe what we should do is try to have a vote on this with those amendments. So I see a lot of puzzled, tired faces, but I'm going to go ahead and make a motion and see what happens. I move to approve the resolution as amended.
You move to read by title only and introduce the ordinance as amended and wait for the readings and then read the ordinance.
That's what I move.
So with respect to the amendments that were offered, what we need is a motion to introduce by title only and waive the further readings of the amendments, and the title that you will approve the reading of and waiving the further readings is this: an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Tiburon amending provisions of Title 4, Chapter 16, zoning of the Tiburon Municipal Code by amending sections 16.1 8.23.020, allowable land uses and permit requirements, and section 16-32-040, number of parking spaces required, and adding a new chapter 19B, sidewalk dining, to Title IV, Public Works, to address sidewalk dining as amended. Do you make that motion?
Yes, that's the motion I make. How did you know? Are you gonna second it?
And I will second it.
Okay.
Roll call vote?
Councilmember Nick Farr,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
No.
Councilmember Wellner, Vice Mayor Thier,
Yes.
Mayor Fredericks.
No. Okay. What is the next step now? For those of you who voted no, was it just because you want to see the actual text before we take a vote?
No, I voted no because we need to have a coherent, evidence-based proposal that actually makes sense. I just don't think this one does.
And evidence-based meaning something that defines what safety is?
Meaning somebody other than us speculating that a temporary barrier might be appropriate and actually have some qualifications about safety help us figure out what the right answer is.
And do you have an idea where we get that kind of information?
That's normally what staff provide with consultants. If we're dissatisfied with the information that we have, we could ask them to get better information.
And so is there a legal standard of some kind of what a safe barrier is in this circumstance?
In all the ordinances I reviewed, the only true definition of what a safety barrier would be in terms of safety compliance is a pounds per square inch force that would stand up to. We did not try to go that far in the ordinance because we thought it was, a little too specific.
But not height.
No, most of these regulations do have height requirements. Again, you're trying to avoid a tripping hazard, as well as provide safety, but.
Other than that, and nothing specific to keep patrons from falling off curbs.
Again, other than requiring a barrier that is affixed or maintains some sort of integrity against a specific force. No, I haven't seen anything else.
So,
I wanted to
my alternative proposal would be to have the ordinance, I can't believe I'm proposing something, but would be the ordinance be, it would have the 2-foot requirement, and any business that wants to be closer than 2 feet would need to get some kind of specific approval, either from, I don't know, from the council or from design review or from someone.
Or from, would we be in any different situation to make a determination of safety at that point?
Well, basically what that would mean is the burden of proof for showing us that it's safe would be on the entity that's trying to be closer than 2 feet. 4 of the businesses that are in question wouldn't have an issue because they're already within 2 feet. Squalo Vino and Caviar would have to come up with proposals that we then review and decide are safe.
Yeah, I don't like that, only because we already have outdoor dining, they're already operating, and that then might invalidate something they're already doing. And I
It
just
would
don't
cause them
think
to
we-
stop unless they propose
Yeah, well,
something.
I don't want to get into a debate here. I just want to speak what is my opinion, and I don't, what I don't favor about that idea is that it could take something away from our already operating businesses. So I'm wondering, we have 3 no's, we have 2 yeses. Are there other, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but is there anything else that we could do to fix what's written here that would get one of our other no's on board?
I would be comfortable with John's proposal.
And I just want to add that I think the problem that we're having actually is that we're trying to come up for 6 specific businesses. We're trying to come up with something that works in the abstract, like how someone would come up with a barrier and put parameters around it. why don't we just say we'll know it when we see it? If they want to be closer to the curb, they'll propose a barrier and we'll approve it.
Because that is too subjective and businesses need to operate with certainty. We could invalidate two businesses outdoor dining with what you're proposing. And who decides? You know, we don't have someone who is a safety officer. I mean, who decides?
Okay, well, I mean, the alternative is that we don't have an ordinance. What is
Well, then
the,
we
what
just
is the
don't have an
impact?
ordinance and everything goes on the way it is.
Well, is that correct? Isn't the license program ending?
The license program has ended. We've allowed businesses to maintain their structures while we go through this process. But technically, the license,
so the-
when the COVID declaration was revoked by the governor, these temporary agreements also terminated.
Right, so the urgency is that they're currently operating
Well, it's not an
through
urgency
discretionary non-enforcement.
unless I mean, look, I don't want to take away something that people have. I mean, did the other people vote no for the same reason, or was it a different reason? Maybe we could still get consensus tonight.
Is it possible to construct what we vote on tonight in a way that would allow the permits and defer the issue of safety?
Well, that would be the first suggestion that I had, which was taking that part out. But the votes were for.
That's not what
one.
your suggestion. What she's saying is, why don't we have a temporary extension while we figure out what to do permanently?
Yes.
I mean,
I would just like to point out that another way of saying a temporary extension might
I
be a
know,
pilot
I
program.
was gonna say that and I decided it was just too.
yeah,
strict.
but also it would have to be, so I would actually support that. I would support that pilot program if things operate
Not-
exactly as they are now.
But it's not a pilot program and then it's just
Okay.
a.
It's a
continuous-
temporary
It's an
extension.
extension.
Okay, it's whatever you want to
Extension.
call it, John, as long as these things do not apply in the interim. So basically, our businesses will operate as they have been with outdoor dining, and we do an extension of the intent of the COVID regulations.
If I may offer another hybrid of that idea is to extend, say, date specific, 6 weeks, whatever the council thinks is appropriate for the existing expired agreements with the same terms. And then set up a council subcommittee of 2 members to come up with a updated draft to bring to the full council during that period of time.
I actually don't want a council subcommittee. We do not have consensus. And there's several issues that I think are really important here. And I just don't think we have consensus to have a subcommittee. I also think the time period should be longer. I think we should do more outreach to our businesses to see what would actually work for them, given this conversation. But I really would like to vote on this tonight. That
Okay.
would be my
All right,
preference.
that's your opinion. I think what Ben proposed is very reasonable.
I do too, because one of the things the subcommittee could do is reach out to the businesses.
Sounds fine to me as well. And by the way, to answer an earlier question, just in terms of why I voted no, I agree with what Councilmember Wellner said, but I also don't like the specificity of putting in non-permanent as the barrier. I think we should leave ourselves the opportunity to do permanent barriers if we determine they're necessary. But I think the subcommittee idea is totally reasonable to get us moving forward and continue it until then.
All right, well, how about the idea of extending the expired permits for
6 weeks.
6 weeks? And putting together a subcommittee to reach out to the businesses and gather some more information on what safety that works for the businesses would look like.
I like it.
Well, that'll be my motion then.
I'll second.
Is there a roll call? Well, yes.
We don't need a motion. We just need direction on that. And then assuming there's a consensus that that's the direction of 3 people, then I think the next topic is who would be on the subcommittee.
Should we vote on this before we put the subcommittee, or?
It's not a formal motion.
Just a straw vote.
Straw vote of
Straw
whether or
vote.
not there's a consensus, at least 3 people want to go in that direction.
So does a straw vote incorporate both the extension of expired permits and the appointments? All right, who would like? who would like to volunteer to be the subcommittee to reach out to our businesses? And
No, we should take the straw vote.
I thought he was telling me we had to take the straw vote on both things at one time.
Do the straw vote on the first issue first, and then assuming there's a majority, then we'll figure out who would be on the subcommittee.
All right, I misunderstood you. So take the straw vote on the motion that was made and seconded.
Councilmember Nick Farr,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Councilmember Wellner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Thier,
No.
Mayor Fredericks.
Yes. All right, now, if some efficient, clear-thinking people would like to volunteer for this subcommittee,
I'll volunteer.
thank you. One more, please.
I'll volunteer.
And you know, this is not a bad idea. I really support people who don't agree working together in a subcommittee on an issue. Did you really volunteer? You,
It'll take me.
what is your motion?
We don't need a motion. Is there consensus that should be Vice Mayor Thier and Councilmember Wellner? Yes, okay.
Did Nick Farr make this motion? Is there a second?
I don't think we need a
We
vote.
don't need a motion. We just need a consensus.
Okay,
So I think now that we have a subcommittee established, we can move on to the next item if there is any more items on the agenda.
all right, where are we?
Thank you to everyone for coming and
I
watching this go down the way that it did.
Yes, and if you're ready to run for town council, no.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming and for all your letters.
And we expect more emails from you, please.
Yeah, why don't you send us a solution?
All right.
I think we should just stay here for,
And for 6 weeks.
yeah.
All right, we're moving on now, to town council reports. I want to make it very quick. Staff just left.
Yeah, I think we're
Is
gonna
he coming back?
stay here for,
No, we're going upstairs in the community room because there's a slideshow and this TV's all set up and
Oh, that's where he went.
yes.
But in council reports, I was going to, you might as well just record this. I was going to make I was going to make a request that we agendize in the future, taking a position on the California Business Roundtable initiative that's going to be on the ballot, I think, later this year. It changes the definitions of fees and taxes, and the legislative analysts for the state reports that it will directly affect our revenues. And not only that, will require litigation that might rescind some previously approved. So far, San Rafael, Corte Madera, Larkspur, Novato, Mill Valley, Sausalito, Fairfax, San Anselmo have taken opposed positions. I would like to ask staff to bring information about this initiative to us so that we can decide whether to take a position on it. And that's the end of the report. At this point, if there's no town manager report.
I have a report.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So I emailed folks in the Bel Air neighborhood and just offered to answer questions about any sort of active town initiatives, and they took me up on it. I joined a Zoom call and just answered questions mostly about the parks master planning process and the small community park that is in the Bel Air neighborhood.
Yeah.
Most feedback was really positive that we were thinking about that. So a couple other issues that came up were around climate change and strong concerns about flooding in the neighborhood. I think Carolyn Shaden has emailed a few times asking about sort of plans for that neighborhood. So I wanted to make sure I surfaced that. Their concerns around that. And then I think that's it. I think that covers it.
I have a brief report as well. Let me just find it. All right, I'm not gonna find it. I'll report it next time.
All right, that was a very good report. Thank you very much. We'll now adjourn to closed session. I'd like to reconvene us after closed session. There is nothing to report, and we are adjourned.